All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the June 16th, 2025 meeting of the Merced City Council. We're going to begin with an invocation from Pastor Joel Dorman, Summit Church of Merced. And then after that, Pastor Dorman, if you could also be so kind to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Dorman.
Would you stand? And let's pray. Our Father, we thank you for the beautiful day that you have made. We thank you for the beauty of the Central Valley that we get to call home. We thank you for our city. We thank you for our communities. We thank you that this is not just a place where we hang our hat, but it's a place where we hang our hearts. And we thank you for that. We thank you for our country and the ability and the freedom that we have to even protest and to yell at the top of our lungs that which we disagree with. We thank you for that. That's a privilege so many in our world do not have. We thank you for our form of government, representative style, that we can express grievances and, yes, agreements as well. But thank you that as we address each other, we can address each other with respect, recognizing that you have created all of us in your image and that each is precious in your sight. So we thank you for that ability, that freedom. We pray your blessings on our president, on our governor, on our mayor, city council, and staff as they represent us and lead us and protect us and guide us. We pray your blessings on tonight. In the name of my Savior, Jesus, I pray. Amen. Would you render the appropriate salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Dorman. Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item D, roll call. Councilmember DuPont.
Present.
Deanda.
Here.
Harris.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Zhang.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Present. And Mayor Serrato.
Here.
Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience that if they wish to address the City Council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the City Council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the City Council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda, and they will also be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.org, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the City Council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Good evening. Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Mirna Zárate y soy intérprete. Si ocupan mi ayuda, voy a estar acá atrás. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Myrna.
Nhà rồng cụ tô ta còn hồ lọ phải vì tôi cụ tô xài liệu đồ này mà nó giờ nên lên từ xa tàu lúc trước chỉ thả mà nó xài lúc mong nó chuyện chỉ cụ được phải nó cụ xài lúc mong đồ này ở trong đó.
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as a Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and or a successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as a City Council, and the Mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency receive no compensation. Agenda item E, report out of closed session.
There is no report out of closed session.
Agenda item F, ceremonial matters. F1, certificate of recognition for the Merced United 2012 girls for competing and winning first place in their U13 division in the NorCal State Cup.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, everybody, we're going to bring down the NorCal State Cup Under 13 champions. Want to bring down our Merced United 2012 girls. The ladies and coaches, come on down. Give a big round of applause.
We went down 25%.
I first pose for pictures real quick.
Photobomb.
All right, Coach, I want to give you or one of these ladies a chance to talk about the tournament, how everything went, and just talk about what it means to both to our city and to your team to be champions.
Yeah. Good evening. So the NorCal State Cup tournament, it is a long tournament. It started last September, and it ended the end of April. We were fortunate to win the championship. These girls put in a lot of hard work at practice 2 or 3 times a week. We had to play league games. We had to play state cup games. We played tournament games. A lot of work, so it was a long term coming. I want to congratulate the girls on their hard work and dedication, and I want to congratulate the parents, because without the parents, this wouldn't be possible. Special mention to them, because their continued commitment is awesome. Special mention to 4 sets of parents that have been with my team since this all started: Richard and Selena, Allison and Mark, Jasmine and Jason, Juan and Angelica. Thank you very much. So this is not just about soccer, it's about life lessons through soccer, and that's what we're all about. These girls learn discipline, they learn communication skills, they learn a lot, not just soccer, and that's what it's about. Special thanks to the mayor, special thanks to our club, Merced United, and thank you very much.
All right, we have certificates for all of you ladies. So there's so many of them, I might need a little help here.
She's not here today.
All right.
She couldn't make it.
All right. Want to call out names, or you want to hold the certificates?
I'll hold.
Okay. Nola Barriga. Congratulations. Is Bella or Bella?
Bella.
Bella Chavez Gudino. Roxana Cruz. Kiana De Luna. Giselle Flores Ceja. Poppy Fouch.
Thank you.
Mia Garcia. Avery Ingram. Natalie Lopez. Zarai Meira. Emma Mercado. Mila Pignol. Penelope Pignol. Alexis Silvar. Olivia Sosa. Madeline Speidel. Coach Richard Cruz. All right, who's this guy? You. Congratulations. I just want to thank you all again, ladies. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for our town. Coach said it best. It's not about just winning in these tournaments. It's about building you up into great people and great leaders and great members of our community. So thank you for everything you did. Congratulations on your accomplishments, and we're proud of you. Thank you. 5 seconds. We're going to take more pictures.
In the picture.
Okay, agenda item F2, proclamation, Juneteenth.
On our Juneteenth proclamation, I see Mr. Raspberry. I see Rhonda coming down. How you doing? Good to see you. Again. All right. All right, Jerome, thank you for getting dressed up for the occasion. We appreciate it.
I work in education. I'm worried.
Just wanted to. Hey, you get 100 in, I got 1 back. That was all. All right, we want to welcome Rhonda and welcome Mr. Jerome Raspberry here for our Juneteenth proclamation. First, I want to give you guys the opportunity to talk about Juneteenth, what it means, and also what celebrations are being planned here in the community as well.
Oh, thanks, Rhonda. I don't need that. Thank you. All right.
Thank you all for the proclamation. Juneteenth, there will be a huge event happening this Juneteenth from the 19th to the 21st at Gilbert Macias Park under Mr. Rushing. That will start from 2 to 5. And then at Applegate Park, Brothers United will do an amazing event at Applegate Park from 12 to 5. All vendors, food. Change that?
What do you need? Don't tell me I need that mic.
12 to 5 on Saturday for the Positive Brothers United.
Oh. Can you hear me now? Do I have to repeat it with the mic? Oh, okay, forgot the streaming. Yeah, so June 19th to the 21st at Gilbert Macias Park from 12 to 5. Mr. Rushing will be overseeing that. And then Saturday from 10 to 5, Positive Brothers United, which Ms. Rhonda is their secretary, will be doing that at Applegate Park.
All right, thank you. All right, here's the proclamation. Whereas Juneteenth is a day of reflection, a day of renewal, a pride-filled day, it is a moment in time taken to appreciate the African American experience. It is inclusive of all races, ethnicities, and nationalities, as nothing is more comforting than the hand of a friend. And whereas Juneteenth serves symbolically and in reality as a reference point from which to measure and appreciate the progress and contributions made by African Americans to this society, and whereas Juneteenth is a day on which to honor and respect the sufferings paid for by slavery. It is a day on which we acknowledge the evils of slavery and its aftermath. And whereas Juneteenth is a day that we commit to each other the needed support as family, friends, and coworkers, it is a day we build coalitions that enhance the African American experience. And whereas on Juneteenth, we come together young and old to listen, to learn, and to refresh the drive to achieve. It is a day where we all take one step closer together to better utilize the energy wasted on racism. Juneteenth is a day that we pray for peace and liberty for all. Now therefore I, Matthew Serrato, Mayor of the City of Merced, hereby recognize June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth in the City of Merced and encourage all citizens to attend local events commemorating the occasion. Thank you. Proclamation. Take a picture. Thank you guys. I want to thank you too for all the great work you guys do.
Okay, agenda item G, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received an email from Jerry Perez Chica regarding agenda item J4. The email was received by the 1 p.m. deadline. It was sent to council and posted on the city's website. And any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item H, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I believe I have 11 requests to speak forms.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. We'll have 3 minutes each. And if you call the first group of speakers.
Okay, if I can get the first 5 speakers to the podium to my left. Brian Alred Chica, Aaron Ganderson, Justo Licona, Philip Lon, and Nathan Duncan, I think is the last name.
Thank you, Jennifer. Just remind our speakers as well, too, that public comment is for non-agendized items only. So if there's anything that's on the agenda later, such as budget or any of the other items on the consent agenda or the action items or public hearings, then typically your comment will be, is most appropriately given at that time. So for non-agendized items only. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. With respect to the mayor and the city council, fellow citizens, excuse me. My name is Brian Arechiga. I've come to speak for the ones who cannot speak for themselves, the ones we ignore and take for granted. We destroy their homes, their food sources, and think nothing else of them, the birds and other wildlife in our area. I know you're busy planning housing developments, lots for retail businesses, etc. We seem to have very little concern or time for our natural world. I'm here to advocate for them, for us. We all need to learn to live together without destroying our natural world. The world is under great stress right now. Please don't take for granted how fragile the planet is. We take, abuse animals and nature. Please, let's take a moment to consider how we can help the natural world and the birds and animals that live all around us. Dogs and cats are both invasive species. We need to control both of them. We love our pets, but the ones in the wild are a whole different problem. Please make a policy to control the cats. The way things are now, you have forced apartment complex, mobile home parks to poison cats quietly. This is barbaric, and there is no one else to blame but the city for not having a cat policy. I am urging Earth Justice to take action in this matter for the sake of birds and mammals in our area. This is a list of some of the endangered birds and mammals in our area. California black rail, the light-footed ridgeway rail, California ridge rail, the rails, yes, lots of birds. The least tern, the marble murrelet. What else we have here? The white-tailed kite, the southwestern flycatcher, the black swallow, the bank swallow. I know that for sure. And so the list goes on. There's quite a list here. But anyway, you get the point. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, next speaker. Okay, next speaker. Good evening, Phil.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Philip Lon. I'm the executive director for a nonprofit called Bay Valley Tech. We provide free tech skills training and started operating in Merced several years ago when we saw a need
Phil,
for
if I could-
Training here.
If I could stop you right here to stop the time, TJ. If it relates to the application at all?
No, well, I mean, I just wanted to introduce ourselves and our organization to, folks that don't know us, but if there's other questions about the application later, happy to answer that, but that was not what I was gonna do right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
if you could just give them about, I cut them off, so about back to 2:42, I think it was.
Yeah, I'll be quick. But yeah, so we just want to come and introduce ourselves because we're providing a service to the community. We partner with the state of California, Merced County on some internships, and the program's been highly successful so far. And so we just, for those of you in the community that don't know our organization, we just want to come and introduce ourselves and let you know that we are continuing or operating here and helping folks. So if you know anybody who needs free tech training, let them know about our program. And so we very much appreciate all the support that we have gotten here in the community. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron Gunderson. I am one of the instructors for Bay Valley Tech. Not too long ago, we did an internship located here in Merced, and that was a very positive experience for myself and all our interns. And out of the 38 that we had, 35 are employed and or are in pursuing further education. So I think what Bay Valley Tech does is pretty awesome, and I'm all for it.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Justo. Sorry, got a little excited there. So I'm born and raised in Merced on the other side of the tracks. I was here during the west side stuff, but I survived, thankfully. I found out about Bay Valley Tech and it being in Stanislaus County and operating in the city of Modesto and other cities across the state of California. I found out this was an awesome program that is definitely helping change lives, helping folks get some higher wage salaries with the proper training, of course. It was my vision to see this come to Merced, and here we are. We've been operating here for the past year or two, and so I'm just grateful for the support that we have in the area and for the bright future that the city of Merced has. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Good to see you. Next speaker.
Hello. I'm Nathan Duncan. I'm a TA for Bay Valley Tech, and just as Aaron said before, we had a internship. I was actually part of that internship, and just as it has changed my life for the better, I feel that it could also change the city of Merced for the better.
Thank you.
Okay, if I can get the next four speakers, Javier Miranda, Dominic Macano, Curtis Thomas, Salvador Sandoval.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Javier Miranda, and I'm from District 6. And I wanted to talk about my experience with Bay Valley Tech. It's been really helpful. I graduated from UC Merced last year, and I started my internship last summer. It's helped me out tremendously to make amazing connections. I gained a lot of skills in software development, web development, and project management, and it's led me to get great paid opportunities. I was doing data analysis and automation, and It was a wonderful experience. The connections that I made at Bay Valley Tech have definitely helped me find opportunities here in Merced where it's not very common to find a lot of technology jobs. And I'm really grateful for that. And I hope that we can continue to keep having free training. I never paid anything. Everything was free and volunteer. And it helped me out so much. And I hope that it can continue to help out the citizens of Merced.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dominic Milano. I'm the founder of Milano Technical Group, Incorporated, a robotics company and engineering company here in Merced. We develop heavy-duty robotic platforms, advanced automation systems, and integrated software, all from right here in the city. We've chosen the city because we believe in the potential as a center for innovation and the potential for the bright future it holds with the UC. But potential isn't enough. If Merced wants to attract more companies like mine, high-skilled, engineering-driven firms, we need to actively build the conditions that make that possible. There are incredibly talented companies up and down California, especially in industries such as agtech, automation, and advanced manufacturing. Many are looking to expand into more affordable, scalable locations, and Merced should be on the top of that list. We have every aspect that's right for large, scalable companies. But right now, they are not looking at Merced. Merced needs to signal that it's not just open for business, it's ready for the future of business. That means supporting the kinds of companies that bring in engineers, machinists, programmers, and technicians. The kind that train and hire locally, that develop IP, and that create long-term economic value, not just short-term jobs, such as in service. We need improved business-friendly policy. Yes, but more than that, we need leadership. We need this council to say we want companies that build, we welcome companies that innovate, and we value people who create new industries here. I'd like to see the council launch an initiative specifically focused on bringing high-tech, high-impact companies to Merced. That could mean business development visits, targeting initiatives, or simply opening up a channel of communication with founders and builders already in the region of Central Valley. I'm fully committed to building here, and I know other companies would love to come, but only if they see the city backing that vision with action. Thank you for your time, and if there's any way I can help make Merced more attractive to innovators up and down the valley, I'm at your service.
Thank you, Dom. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Curtis. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'd like to talk a little bit about budgets, though not city budgets. Last time I spoke, I mentioned how our choices and how we've built the city have and continue to make the city vulnerable. And tonight, I'm here to say that it's also strained the residents. It has, unfortunately, strained them in ways that are so commonplace to modern life that they're pretty hard to notice. Up at Bellevue Ranch, the homes are selling for between $450,000 and $650,000. These are not priced as starter homes, and indeed, according to the sales staff there, roughly 90% of these homes are selling to investors. By the estimates of Strong Towns Merced, only 45% of Merced residents can afford this kind of housing. In the latest census, we found that nearly 2/3 of households have 2 or fewer people living in them. That means that trying to solve the housing crisis with huge tracts of single-family housing produces the least housing for the highest cost. This shortage of housing impacts everyone and forces rents up on even the lowest cost options. We shouldn't remove single-family homes as an option, but there ought to be a lot more options for people who can't afford the most expensive kind of housing that we have. Another way that folks are being strained is car dependency. I'm not against car ownership, but people should be free to own a car if they want. But the city should build in a way that there's no, the city is built in such a way that there's no realistic alternative. And that means that folks are locked into expensive car payments, maintenance, and insurance. This doesn't just cost them money, it costs the city money for cleaning up after cars, and hiring police to do traffic enforcement. And it helps money leave the community by encouraging shopping at big box stores instead of at local shops. In other cities around the world, car ownership is truly optional. That means that people can spend their money on local shops, needing only to pay, as in the case of the Netherlands, at most $70 a month for reliable, rapid, and extremely useful public transit access. It means that they have fewer DUIs and other serious traffic consequences. It means that their drivers are happier on less congested roads. And it means that they have better health outcomes because people are attending the gym of life instead of driving to the big box store that's only going to funnel money out of town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, Dr. Sandoval, welcome.
Good afternoon. I come to you as a physician for 50 years, 49 of which have been in Merced, and the last 5 years with the Public Health Department. I have a concern about public safety that I wanted to raise. There was, and I'm glad the police chief's here. There was a detention outside of the courthouse today, at least one that I'm aware of. And this was done by plainclothes, unidentified ICE agents, most likely. But my concern is that with the recent killing of the Speaker of the House of Minnesota by a person that impersonated or looked closely like a police officer, that this sort of thing could happen to others in the community. And they're much more vulnerable, many because of the language issue. So my concern is about unreasonable search and seizure, and that you may be getting reports of kidnappings if people are picked up by unidentified people who claiming to be ICE agents in the community. I realize that this is a complicated issue. It has federal aspect and it has state aspect. But our Attorney General has made it very clear that there's not supposed to be direct cooperation between state and local law enforcement and the federal agencies. I bring this up mostly as a concern, and there will be more investigation on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, if I can get the next three speakers, Youth United, Arturo Martinez Jr., and Rhonda Batson.
Hi, my name is Adrian Tejeda, and I'm a part of Youth United. I'm here to introduce a video we created to the City Council of Merced. We dedicate this video to the Merced community in which we share our experience with the current park situation. Greetings, my name is Adrian Tejeda, and I'm a proud member of Youth United. Our goal is to enhance parks in Merced, making them more accessible and enjoyable for the youth in our community.
We believe that well-maintained parks play a crucial role in positive growth, physical activity, and social engagement among young people. We are eager to hear from individuals who experience Merced parks firsthand.
Have you ever visited one of these parks? Could you share a memorable experience or moment that stood out to you? Here are some of our memories.
I can still remember the excitement of going to the park with my family when I was a kid. The moment we walked through the gates, it felt different. There was laughter, energy, and just joy in the air. I spent hours in the basketball court racing to Katy Land and Applegate to ride the rides over again. Those days were so simple, carefree, and full of life. But when I go back now, it's not the same. The parks I used to love feel abandoned, almost forgotten. I walk through and see empty spaces littered with trash, and sometimes remnants of drugs and things no child should even know about. It's heartbreaking, honestly.
When I lived in Mexico, there were plenty of parks with different sections of free exercise equipment that my siblings and I loved to use. We did not need to pay gym membership to work out and get out of the house. Now that I live in Merced, I do not see anything like this in the local parks, and I'm unable to pay for a gym membership, let alone drive myself to the gym. So my siblings and I just stay inside.
Our parks are filled with vulgar graffiti, and on top of that, there is trash everywhere except the trash cans, making our parks look very unpleasant. When parks contain these things, it is very dangerous and repellent for the youth.
In order to fix this problem, Merced parks need dedicated funding to fix broken benches and swings. With funding set aside, the city could pay for constant park restroom maintenance, ongoing vandalism, and trash pickup.
As a youth who's only been living in Merced for almost 5 years, going around Merced's parks, specifically Applegate, not only from my experience but also from what I hear from my friends and peers, it's a place for community, but it can also be dangerous. From a distance, it looks fun and safe, but in reality, it's not as protected and appealing as it should be to the community because of all the trash and homeless people having no place to stay. The many times I have gone to the Beechwood Park, I have seen youth getting exposed to negative substances around the area, whether it's them finding it on the playground or actively seeing it happening.
In conclusion, we do not wish to take money from the current city budget. However, according to the City of Fresno's current Measure P, for only 1 cent a day or $3.25 per month per Merced household, we can raise up to $38 million a year through a separate sales tax measure strictly for park improvements and
If you could stop. You had multiple speakers, so we can finish the video through the next speaker, if that's okay. There's three. Was just one of you going to speak, or are there more people planning?
It's just Joe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll finish. If you don't mind, we'll finish the video with you running in your 3 minutes, and then you have the remainder of the time. So another 2.5 minutes to say whatever you like. Okay. If you want to finish the video first, I'll.
This will not only provide Merced City Parks with more and better functioning park equipment, water fountains, and restrooms for all youth, it will make our parks more safe and secure for our community.
If considered, this potential parks measure wouldn't only benefit the city of Merced for the moment, it would impact us and our communities for many years to come.
My name is Joe, and I'm also part of Youth United. Youth United would like to work together to find a solution to the current lack of funding for Merced parks so that all of Merced can enjoy we maintain dirt spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right, thank you guys. Thank you for that video. Well done. Jennifer, anyone else?
We have Arturo Martinez coming up.
Mr. Martinez.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Today I'm here as my regular resident hat, as I have many hats in our community. Today I'm just here to advocate for better community for us all. And with that I say this, it's noticeable, right? There's a lot of need, but there is also a lot the city's doing, right? Downtown investment, bringing in more of that local business. But we also have these fast food franchises, right? We have Starbucks and all that coming in. And it's noticeable, right? These are private entities. They decided where to build and all that. But we need better jobs for our community. And while those are decent jobs, they pay decent, our community members have wanted jobs that pay them more than regular. Just quoting a speaker before, they said the houses were almost $500,000. And that is a lot, right? And I, as a former UC student, I know, you have to rent from people, and then my landlords at that point were from the Bay Area. They were not Merced residents. And I know a lot of UC connections at the moment still have that, right? And well, it's okay, it's America, right? You can buy wherever you want to buy and make your investments wherever you want to invest. It is noticeable that when homes are not bought by people from Merced and the people that live in Merced, those homes are not well taken care of, right? You don't see the yard cleanliness as you might. You might see more vacant homes, break-ins in the summer when the students leave. So just trying to have more equity, but at the same time, also ensuring that we build more condensed housing. I know there's a project over there by Walmart, and that's gonna help some of our residents, and there's a poverty guideline, right? But what happened to those folks that fall out of that guideline by a couple dollars, right? If they don't make under $37,000 or $40,000 or $45,000, what then? So there is need, but it is noticeable. There's constraints, right? The local city cannot just go ahead and fix all these issues directly, but there's opportunity for partnership. And something I've seen in Merced is that people are resilient here. They're more than happy to make those connections. I know if you're on Facebook, people are trying to bring in Trader Joe's like every other week, and they go on and they send these petitions, right? And that shows me that people want better for their community. And if it means the city posting a link or, hey, what do the city needs, I believe Merced will do that. And I understand too, right? The city does their due. They bring in contractors. They do all these local surveys. But I feel that at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the city remains resilient for people who want to build families here, people who want to stay local, and of course, make sure that we have equitable and equity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to state, I forgot to say this earlier, that on behalf of the Positive Brothers United organization, we are having our Juneteenth event this Saturday at Applegate Park. And I just want to let you know that we're going to have bounce houses for children, free hot dogs, drinks, and chips for the kids as well, and music, dancing, and vendors. So hopefully council members and the community will come out and enjoy the event. So thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, Mayor, I believe that's all we have.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item I, consent calendar.
All right, consent. Anyone from the council wish to have anything pulled for separate consideration? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, again. Councilmember Jones, I thought I saw you reaching, but nothing? Okay. All right, last chance. All right, is there any discussion or a motion with respect to the 10 items on the consent agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Go quick.
Okay, I have a
Jennifer.
motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include agenda item I4, the adoption of resolution 2025-38, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, acting as a legislative body of the Community Facilities District numbered 2003-2 services for the City of Merced, authorizing the establishment of an annual special tax for said district for fiscal year 25-26. And agenda item I5, the adoption of resolution 2025-40, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 25-26 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Mr. Deanda? Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Deanda with a no vote.
You said, or abstain, he abstained. Same.
You didn't vote, so. Agenda item J, public hearings. J1, public hearing, introduction of ordinance adding section 17.32.105, fire hazard severity zone map of the Merced Municipal Code.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Ron. Oh, excuse Councilmember Deanne, he had an emergency at home, has to go tend to his family, so thank you, Ronnie. All right, on to our public hearings. J1, well.
Hello, I'm Danny, Assistant Building Official for Inspection Services, which is the building department. And I'm just here to answer any questions you guys might have about the fire hazard severity zones.
All right, any questions before we open the public hearing? Just want to give the public a brief outline of what we're discussing here today. This is our fire severity zone map. And this is
So CAL FIRE released some maps that revise the fire hazard severity zones, and it has a small portion of the city of Merced in the northern area that comes into the moderate area. And moderate is essentially kind of just a warning. There's not a whole lot of repercussions to it as far as insurance or building codes or even suppression. And so with the local responsibility area in the moderate zone, we're just required to adopt an ordinance to adopt their recommended map.
Okay. And that's kind of up there on the north end of town?
Yeah, so this is the map that they actually released. And then this other map, I had IT add in the most recent annexation that includes Bellevue and the college campus. Yeah. So that's essentially a little bit more of where it touches us, mostly around the college out there.
Okay. And you have the bright yellow, or the brighter yellow, that's the part you're talking about?
Yeah, they have new methodology for determining, and with the recent fires, and they've kind of been working on this for a couple of years. And so it's a pretty complex methodology to redevelop the maps. And so that's where the reason for the new maps came up. Okay. These were released February 24th. They haven't said when they're going to update them again, but the ordinance is basically written to where when they update them, we'll just automatically adopt it again whenever CAL FIRE does it.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Jean.
And just making sure I heard you accurately, you mentioned that there's no impact on the city other than just adopting the ordinance?
Yep. Yeah, there's the last one there. Yeah, there you go. So this is their kind of chart on how it works. So left-hand side is the state responsibility area. That's the stuff that CAL FIRE takes care of. The LRA is the local response area, and that's what we take care of. And then all the way at the bottom there, the moderate is what all we have in the city of Merced. And you can see there, all that's required is that we actually adopt the map. So unless it changes, we really don't need to do anything else. We foresee if we move into that area and doing construction, a lot of what makes it a moderate is the flame spread and the embers and all that kind of stuff. And when we go in and grade and build, it gets rid of a lot of that fire hazard. So if anything, as we move forward and move that direction with building, it's going to lower the hazard.
Okay. And then does it account for the city limits, or is it more on the city's sphere of influence that extends beyond city limits?
So I got two maps. The first one was the map that they actually sent us for city limits, and then that second map there is the one that I had IT amend with our recent annexation, and then this last map is the actual county. So we're only required to do what's within our city limits, but they did give us this other one too, just so we're kind of got the frame of reference for the whole county.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, additional questions? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you for the presentation. So we had to update the fire severity map in response to state law.
Yeah.
Is there any reason to be seeking cost recovery from the state for this mandate? No? No grounds for that?
No. It doesn't affect expenditures in any way, so.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Before us tonight is simply to introduce an ordinance adding this map to our municipal code. So very narrow issue before us tonight, but if anybody would like to be heard on this, now is the time. Jennifer, anyone from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, last chance. You want to be heard on this map? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for discussion and/or a motion. All right, additional discussion, comment, or a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Harris.
Second.
Second, DuPont.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the introduction of Ordinance 2578, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adding Section 17.32.105 Fire Hazard Severity Zone Map to the Merced Municipal Code. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Jennifer. On to our second public hearing, agenda item J2.
Okay, agenda item J2, public hearing on the various maintenance districts, engineers' reports, and budgets for fiscal year 25-26, with adoption of resolution for approval, confirmation, and adoption of the engineers' reports for the various maintenance districts as originally submitted or as modified.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Deputy Director Juan Olmos. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tonight we have before you the report for the public hearing for the maintenance districts for the next fiscal year. Again, it's a short presentation. We have 39 maintenance districts throughout the city, and individual detail engineers reports were made available at the clerk's office for anybody who wanted to see it. Here's a map that we have of all the maintenance districts throughout the city. Again, we have some on South Merced, some on Southeast Merced, in the center and the north area. Some of the budget highlights that we have. Everything was done with within the 39 districts. Some have a CPI built into them, and the number that was used was 2.5. A larger project that we have for next fiscal year is within Fairness Park for eucalyptus tree maintenance. We have some districts that, due to some budget constraints, we went from weekly service to bi-weekly service. Some areas we have to adjust them due to the budget, whether it was going to quarterly service or moving from weekly or bi-weekly to a monthly service, such as Oakmont, Village Landing, and Paulson Place. There's a couple of districts, but specifically one, Campus North. The district can only afford cleanup, twice a year, and it's along G Street, just south of Yosemite Avenue. In addition, we have a couple of districts that will only be getting service on call and based on available funding. Some of the districts that have healthy budgets are, where we have some projects for next fiscal year. We will be doing some sidewalk, curb and gutter repairs on areas where the sidewalk has been, or the curb and gutter has been damaged by trees, and also removing trees that might be causing some damage to curb and gutters or sidewalks, including our eucalyptus tree work on the Fairness Park too. A carryover project that we continue for next fiscal year, it's the safe streetlights LED replacement, and it's for $160,444. Again, this is on the districts that have a healthy fund balance. On this screen, we have all the 39 districts. We have their description of their balance, and one of the things that I wanted to point out to you tonight, it's right next to their name. We have the service type, and then some have an L, some have SD. And the L is for landscape. The district has the landscape service. The district that has SD is for the storm drain system, And if it's gotta be, it's for both. It has landscape and it has a storm drain system in the district. Budget summaries, it's got a little bit more detail, and we pass around some to you, so that you can see it in better detail. Also, we wanted to present to you 12 districts that are very stressed, and staff has been creative, exploring different ways to reduce the operation cost, whether it's reducing services from weekly to bi-weekly or monthly, turning off irrigation seasonally during the winter months, or turning it off completely because there is no budget to cover the cost. We've been prioritizing irrigation repairs, and obviously, as the economy, all the irrigation repairs, parts, components have been, we've seen a steady increase on that as well. One of the things that I want to just to point out too, again, some of the districts have landscape and storm drain systems, and one of the things that we always cut first, obviously, was going to be the landscape. Our storm pumps, we have to have them, operational. One of the things that we have realized after turning off irrigations in some districts for long periods of time is the systems, starts getting vandalized, and then, if they go non-operational for a long period of time, it will cost a lot more money to bring them back into normal operation. Again, one of the things that these districts might not have is if there are vandalism to either the block walls or the wrought iron fencing around them, the budget will be very limited if there's anything to try to fix those areas. And sometimes those block walls do get damaged even by vehicle accidents. So part of the is, we would like council to consider, the 12 districts on the screen. For it's a council decision if, you guys want us to come back. In the past, council has, requested Public Works to come back with a different presentation to discuss it more in detail, or sometimes citizens have requested that as well. Something that I want to point out is if that was to happen, if we were to go to ballot, the ballot expenses are covered by the general fund. If it passes, it will be something that it will be charged to the district. If it doesn't pass, then general fund will have to cover that cost. And we're doing the public hearing today and adopting the resolution for the engineer's reports. And do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. The second part of this public hearing is the authorizing elections for those CPI increases for maintenance districts. Am I correct in assuming that the elections that failed, the last elections were in 2017?
Yes, for some districts, not the 12 that we have now in our list. Yes.
So the ones that we have on our list, have they had an election before?
Some might have, and they didn't pass. Yes.
Is there any guidelines in how long it takes to bring back further elections if they fail? Do you have to wait any amount of time?
I don't know. I will defer that to the city attorney on that. I don't know.
It seems like that's a long time to wait before going back out again, 8 years.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm not sure why there was that pause between 2017 and today. I can research. I don't believe there's a waiting period, but I will check and bring it back.
I was just curious. Thank you. Thank you.
I can just, being on the council during that time, there was a lot of effort made in 2017, 18 to get these passed. Community meetings, a lot of work. Some, I think, I forget the exact number that passed and the number that failed, but most of them failed. Yeah. And I think the thought simply has been, given some of the things that Juan outlined with the effort and the costs involved, that it's just not, there just hasn't been an appetite to do it. And just, I think people don't, just a feeling that it's not, given the chances of being victorious, it's probably just a waste of money to do it and time and effort. But another thing. All right, anybody else? Councilmember Jean.
You mentioned graffiti, if I'm not mistaken, or vandalism. Are those items not covered in the graffiti abatement contract with PD?
Yeah, that will be covered under that, yes. The graffiti, I was referring to vandalism to, for instance, that landscape, the irrigation systems, things of that nature, where backflows get stolen, irrigation timers get stolen, vandalized.
Awesome. And then for safer street lights, you mentioned that if the district doesn't have a good balance, and then they wouldn't be receiving the installation of the LED lights. Is that accurate?
Well, what I said, the districts that we have there have healthy fund balances and are part of that project. That's what we're doing,
Everyone could please silence your cell phones. Yeah, it is.
I think they're trying.
Yeah. Thank you.
So if they don't have a good fund balance, they wouldn't be receiving the LED upgrades.
They're not part of this phase at this time. Some more?
Okay.
I will let Director Elwin correct me there.
Good evening. Yeah, some of them that have low fund balances are included in the lighting project because we use Measure C, which was used to cover those other areas that didn't necessarily have CFDs or maintenance districts to fund them. So, yes.
Okay, that makes more sense. So we used funding previously to cover areas that don't have a maintenance district, and in only areas with a maintenance districts, if they don't have enough of a fund balance, they would not be part of the upgrades.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Jean. Additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for the public hearing on our annual maintenance district reports. Would anybody like to be heard on this? Jennifer, is there anybody from the public who's submitted a green request to speak for?
I believe we have one.
Looks like we might have one, might have a taker. All right, Mr. Thomas, welcome back.
Thank you. It's a bit impromptu. I want to thank her for filling out the form for me. I appreciate it. I did notice that on that budget, there's a really, really narrow nitpick. I did notice that on the budget there was $100,000 allocated for eucalyptus tree maintenance. I was hoping that you could go into a little detail about that. I'm sure that it's all justified, but I don't have any arboreal experience, and that seems unexpectedly large to me. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll wait. We'll leave the public hearing open, and then once it's concluded, we'll have an opportunity to answer it. Anybody else? Okay, Jennifer, no one else from the public?
I believe that's all we have, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now close the public hearing, bring it back to council for discussion and action. Juan or Ken, do you want the roughly 100,000? It's a typical allotment that we budget each year, but why is that needed for eucalyptus maintenance?
Mayor, on this district, on Ference 2, there's a large quantity of eucalyptus, and along the creek there. And eucalyptus work, it's very expensive. You know, they have to bring large cranes and bigger trucks that can reach those trees. Some of them which are well over 100 feet, and it's out of what we can reach with our equipment, and then we have to contract it out. And it's to make it safer too.
Okay, thank you. And just to the speaker's point as well, too, there's a lot of eucalyptus trees all through Farrens Park, and they're big, and you know, they often, if they break, there's a danger both to people in the park and then to homeowners with houses nearby as well. Actually, there was an issue, I think, a couple years ago where there's a branch that fell relatively close to somebody's house, but you know, we try to stay on top of this as best we can. All right, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Mr. Owen, I just wanted to raise my voice to say I would be in favor of authorizing elections to see if these neighborhoods want to increase the CPI and get some better services. And I'll just add, just anecdotally, not scientific, probably shouldn't even listen to what I'm going to say, but I've been getting calls from residents about landscaping, sidewalk maintenance issues in Quail Creek the last couple of weeks, so maybe it's time to take a shot.
All right, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. How often do the eucalyptus trees need to be trimmed? Every 4 years, 5 years?
It depends. On this district, we've been allocating money every year, and then we're not doing the same trees. You know, we're just moving. We start with the worst trees, and we keep moving along the path, reducing weight, reducing lateral weight, removing some trees altogether if it's deemed necessary by the arborist. And so it is an ongoing maintenance cost on this area.
So is this a typical annual cost?
The number has varied. Look, at some years we had it around 50, and we've been increasing due to the increasing cost and also the amount of work that we see out in the field.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Councilmember Jean.
To Councilmember Smith's point, I asked last time if the maintenance schedule, if that was posted on the city website. Has that been updated to reflect that?
No, not yet. IT department is in the process of renovating the city's website, and we already discussed we're going to be adding it with the map on the new website.
Okay, thank you. And then with regards to the CPI increases, is there a reason why we're not just going across the board on everything and just increasing the CPI across all the maintenance districts?
It depends. Some do not have it when they were formed, and so we cannot do that. If it was something that it was when the district was formed, we do it. But if it's not, we can't. Then this will we're coming back to ask for it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
In regards to that, we can have an election that gives those districts the option to go to a CPI method, though, can't we?
Yes. Ken's nodding.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the ballot assessment would be first to add the CPI and to get the district up to the level where it's supposed to be, and then add that CPI increase for inflation and stuff like that moving forward. But
So maybe our first step with those districts is to get them to accept the CPI provision and then have the ability to increase it later.
well, it's really to get it to where, so right now, with one of the districts, we have quality service. So we'll do the engineer's report to get bi-weekly service at least, or weekly service. And that cost, we'll try and get the apportionment from each of the parcel owners just to meet that basic threshold. And then we'll have the CPI tacked on, and moving forward, that will be there to escalate with the basic costs that we have.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, so two things before us tonight. One is to adopt the engineer's report, and then the second to authorize the elections to establish a CPI increase. Should we take them? He's turning to Craig and turning to council. Take those separately, or
that will be a separate item.
Yes.
So So you can direct us to bring it back to council at a future agenda to discuss the process. And at that point in time, we'll have some estimates on what it would take to get those districts at the minimum level to sustain them.
Okay.
And then we'll also have an estimated cost on what it would take to do all the mailers, the information, the ballots. That cost that would be covered by the general fund. And then you can make a decision whether you want to do the entire 10 or 12 districts, or maybe you want to do one phase at a time, maybe do 5 at a time, or you can make that decision at that point in time. But tonight is not what we're asking for tonight.
Okay.
So.
All right. Further discussion or a motion?
I will move to approve the Resolution 2025-39, accepting the engineer's report.
Second.
Okay. Does that just include, turn to Councilmember Smith, is that just J2A, the resolution, and not B, the authorizing the elections?
I'll get to B. It sounded like they wanted to take us separately.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-39, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving, confirming, and adopting engineers' reports on maintenance districts. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, on to B.
And then if I may, I'll make a motion with regard to J2B, to authorize staff to prepare for elections with the list of neighborhoods or areas on the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item J3, public hearing, receipt of final public comment and approval of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development 2025 through 2029 Consolidated Plan, which includes the 2025 First Year Action Plan, final determination of the 2025 project funding pending HUD approval, authorization to complete and submit the final plan to HUD for approval, and authorize city manager to execute all related documents and agreements to implement the plan.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, good evening, Kim.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kim Nutt, Housing Program Supervisor. So tonight, June 16th, is our final public hearing for the 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan, which also includes our 2025 Annual Action Plan. We've been working on this very hard with our consultant, RSG Solutions, and we're going to tag team this tonight. So I'm going to introduce Susie Kim with RSG.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Susie Kim. I'm a director with RSG. We're a housing consultant for the city, and we've been preparing consolidated plans for several cities throughout the state. So the consolidated plan is a 5-year planning document. It's required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the use of Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, as well as Home Investment Partnership Program, or HOME funds. The plan covers a 5-year period, as Kim mentioned, and it determines local needs in housing and homelessness, economic development, public infrastructure, as well as community services. It ensures that HUD funding is used effectively to address community priorities that are identified through a robust community outreach process. This is the second and final public hearing. A lot of the information we're presenting tonight was already presented to council back in February as well as April. However, we're recapping some of that information for the public. This slide shows some examples of eligible uses. CDBG funds can be used much more broadly. Some examples you see here are infrastructure as well as economic development and job training. At least 70% of the funds must benefit low to moderate income residents, and all activities must meet at least one HUD national objective. And home funds have a much more narrow use for affordable housing purposes. And 100% of those funds must benefit low to moderate income residents upon completion. So this city held a very a robust community engagement process. There were 3 community meetings held in January and February, as well as 2 stakeholder meetings with community organizations that provide services throughout Merced. We received a total of 103 comments. The city also had a community needs survey, which received 92 responses, and a stakeholder survey that received 9 responses. And the meetings and surveys were publicized heavily on social media, as well as on the city website, and utility flyers that went to all residents, as well as the city bus system. And the community outreach process led to the creation of 3 guiding principles that you see here. Broadly, they are to enhance affordable housing opportunities, promote housing stability for the city's most vulnerable residents, as well as improving quality of life throughout the community by expanding access to essential services. And then I'll turn it over to Kim.
Okay, so as Susie said, these are very broad principles. These were presented to you in February as our priority needs. And since then, and based on council input at that time, we agreed with you. They're a little bit too broad because when I started to drill down as to how we would use these throughout the 5-year period, I realized that we needed a little more specific priority needs statements. And so came up with these 5. It basically expands and pulls out the basics of those guiding principles, numbered 1 through 5. And then on this next slide, it further breaks it out between, there's 1A, 1B, and so forth, all the way to 6, and breaks them out in number order corresponding to those priority needs. And this helps us categorize all our projects over the next 5 years. It also assists us in our reporting goals and responsibilities with HUD, and helps us to develop outcomes and develop our annual plans for the next 5 years. So our allocations were announced from HUD on May 14th. For CDBG, we'll receive $1,089,413. Home funds, we're expecting $447,510 for a total of basically a little bit over $1.5 million. Our program income combined between CDBG and home, plus our carryover funds, we're expecting, or we have about 1.4 million for a total of about 2.2, I think it is, to spend over the year. In comparison, the numbers to the right there, in the center column, that's what we had last year, and then the differences are on the right there. So these slides will look a little familiar to you. On April 21st, we went through our scoring results for our community projects and affordable housing projects. The direction as a result of that was to dedicate $50,000 to Project Sentinel. The Dr. Jennifer Jones project, you wanted to leave alone, but I took the liberty of bumping that up to an even number, 41,000. And then your direction was to apply the rest to harvest time. Your direction also was to not provide funding for the Love Never Fails Bay Valley Foundation project that was proposed. And I did invite them to tonight's public hearing to provide an opportunity for them to speak for their project. I'm not a tech person, and so I feel like I didn't answer your questions quite up to par, so I invited them to let them answer some of those questions that you might still have. Okay, so our cap for our public services, there at the bottom, 189,118. As of right now, that's how much we have for public services. And I should mention our program income was calculated as of April 4th. And so we have May and June where you may have received additional program income. So some of these numbers will change based on our final reconciling with the program year before we send to HUD. So for CDBG infrastructure, as far as parks projects, we have a total of $791,406. That's including ADC costs for housing division and then project costs for our Joe Herb project, about $753,720. Again, this might change very slightly when we do our final reconciliation for the year before we send it to HUD, but that's about what we'll have. Total CDBG for all projects is a little bit over 1.2 million. Our admin funding is about 239,482. And then going to home funds, for affordable housing projects, we'll have about 1.6 million on hand. We are looking for a major project to spend a good majority of those funds on, so we'll be trying to get something ramped up with developer looking, we're out shopping. And so admin funds for home, we'll have about 44,000, and then our total home budget is 1.7 and some change. So tonight we're asking that council hold the public hearing, receive our final public comment, determine any final changes to project funding, if any, and then approve the consolidated plan, which includes the first year annual plan, and also award the funding. And then as part of that action, we'll ask that you authorize the city manager to authorize staff actually to make any final changes to the plan as directed, execute the agreements, and then authorize our finance officer to make any budget adjustments. And with that, if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Kim. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing at this time. Jennifer, if you could call any speakers to the podium.
We do have 7, Mayor. So can I get the first 4 speakers to the podium? Sheila Garcia, Dr. Jennifer Jones, Curtis Thomas, and Mika Martinez.
Right. Go ahead, Sheila. Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor, Serrato, and council members. My name is Sheila Garcia, and I'm the chairman and CEO of Harvest Time, a food pantry located here in Merced. Well, following me, there'll be a couple more people in line that will be talking about the benefit it brings to our community. But before they do, I would like to provide some history, especially for those who may not be familiar with Harvest Time. Although it began as a nonprofit nearly 30 years ago, we must go back nearly 100 years to really understand how it became to be, back to the Great Depression. The founder of Harvest Time was a young boy during those trying times and felt the pangs of hunger firsthand. Unfortunately, his parents would frequent the local bars, leaving him outside to wait. Long, lonely hours gave him plenty of time to contemplate how he would live his life and how he could help others. Wishful thinking became a determination that was the driving force behind his successful painting business. It was simple. The more money he earned, the more he could give to help others. And a quick side note, one of his company's projects was painting the old courthouse building many, many years ago. And I see it's currently being renovated. And it's interesting that one of the layers of paint that they'll finally get to was put on by the founder of Harvest Time. After retiring and moving to Merced, he and his wife could finally focus on their dream that no child should go to bed hungry. In 1995, a partnership was formed with a local church to reach the community with words of encouragement and boxes of food. Harvest Time became a separate nonprofit in 1998, but this partnership continued until COVID struck and the financial downturn occurred. One of Harvest Time's greatest assets is our volunteers. They come from all walks of life: Vietnam veterans, retired military, nurses, church secretaries, stay-at-home moms, farm laborers, and students. These dedicated people work long, physically challenging hours, 7 days a week. Last year alone, the volunteer hours totaled over 7,200 hours of service. And as you know, Mayor, 3 of them just turned 90, and they are still faithfully serving our fellow community members. And they were tickled that you came to their birthday party. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a good party. You guys threw a good party for it. Dr. Jones.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a brief presentation for you so that you can have an idea of who we are. I am Dr. Jones, the president and CEO of the Dr. Jennifer M. Jones Foundation. A lot of you may know us as the Legacy Project. And so with the funds that we receive, we will call it the Legacy Homes, and we can switch to the next slide. Oh, thank you. And so our goal is to help strengthen individuals that we serve by taking them by the hand and directing them to the supports that they need. Our motto is a hand up to be a hand up. The idea is to promote wellness in a way that will motivate the participant to seek services for themselves in school, work, community, or family setting, and ultimately motivating others to do the same. We help to increase protective factors and decrease risk factors that lead to social determinants of health. We believe in building healthy communities. We understand that at times the challenges of life can become so overwhelming and unmanageable to the point where you need help from someone that knows how to build things back up. And just to let you know how much we know how to build things back up, in the 2010 census, you'll find me in a shelter in LA. In 2020, you'll find me in Merced buying a home during COVID-19. So I know how to rebuild when things fall apart and you don't know how to fix it. Those who end up unhoused have a variety of reasons as to why they are there, and sometimes those reasons seem insurmountable, but with support, they can be overcome. Creating rental units that limit barriers, i.e. taking care of moving costs, creating units that allow residents to build a positive rental history so they limit application denials in the future, teaching life skills and budgeting residents while in the units, create a sense of community around the residents so they have a sense of pride in taking care of the units. And so these next 2 slides are just our brochure. Also to add, we've been working in the background for years here in Merced so that you get an idea of who we are. During COVID-19, the county, who I worked for at the time, our foundation was in play. The county could not get water because water was bought out. We worked with the local grocery stores to buy pallets of water to hand out to our unhoused population because hand washing was the thing being promoted, but we couldn't get water. So we bought pallets of water to hand out to the unhoused. We also purchased masks because you couldn't buy masks. We purchased masks from individuals who hand sewed them. We bought them from individuals here in this community and across the country so that COVID-19 would not run rampant in our unhoused community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate you being here. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mika Martinez, and I'm from Harvest Time. I was not only a recipient, but I am now a full-time volunteer there. I work closely with the homeless population that comes not only to the warehouse, but we also go out into the community. I just wanted to give you a couple stats of what Harvest Time has done or is doing. Just last month alone, we fed over 851 unhoused homeless people on our streets of Merced. I also work very closely with another group that we are now sponsoring for them to go out on the streets, and they go out every other week, about twice a month, and we see at least 100 to 120 people, and we pass out lunches to them, and we could not do that if it wasn't for Harvest Time. I just think that if we didn't have a warehouse like Harvest Time, our unhoused and our needy would not be able to sustain through the month. I've had people tell me that they were so blessed just for us giving them a sandwich, and that would be their only meal for the day, sometimes for just a couple days. So I'm blessed to be a part of Harvest Time, and I hope that we can continue serving Merced County and our city.
Thank you. All right, Curtis?
Managed to sneak another one in on you. Let's see. I wanted to speak briefly on how these funds are being applied. It's been to my attention that most of these affordable housing projects that are getting built, they're getting built in like really concentrated areas. It's only 1 or 2 spots throughout the city for the most part. There's a few outliers, of course, but I really wanted to encourage the council and city staff to seek to maybe spread out some of the sites that are chosen. I'm sure they're chosen for good reasons, but the concentration of these sites in a couple of hotspots leads to opportunity deserts, and it leads to kind of undue strain on certain areas of the city. Oftentimes it's already kind of lower income areas of the city that already don't really have great access to resources. As we get more funds in the future, as we apply these funds in the future, let's look to other sites throughout the city and kind of spread them out a little bit so the impact isn't so concentrated. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can get the next 3 speakers, Leticia, Philip Lon, and Norma Cardona.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Leticia, and I have been a volunteer off and on for 26 years at Harvest Time. For the last 6-7 years, I have been there on a permanent basis. I have the privilege to go and see the daily processes of the day. We get to hear the community, and we get to feel the temperature of what's going on out there. Unfortunately, you guys don't have the liberty to do that on a daily basis. One person in particular that has let me share her story, her name is Marlon. She was one of our participants. She moved here 4 years ago, or she moved back 4 years ago. She was homeless, pregnant. She went into a recovery program. After she moved out, she moved in with her mother-in-law. She had her baby. She got her GED. Both her and her fiance got jobs, and they moved out on their own into an apartment. They struggled to make ends meet, and fortunately, we were there to help them on the months that they couldn't choose between paying their bills or buying food. We got to know her well in the last couple of years. Now she has 2 children, a boy and a really beautiful girl that I want. But they are working with Habitat for Humanity now, and they're building their very first home. Things like that, when we get to see them, they are our driving force to keep working on this with Harvest Time. It makes a difference in our community. It lifts them up and gives them a place here, and that's what we want to do. We want to be able to go out and help the ones that need help. So thank you for the past, all the time that you guys have helped us, because you guys have done a lot for Harvest Time, and we just want to continue doing that here. Thank you.
Thank you, Letitia. All right, next speaker. Is it Phil or Norma?
Want me to go? Okay.
Making a dramatic entrance. Mr. Land.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Again, my name is Philip Lon from Bay Valley Tech. Just wanted to commend the team, the council, on the great projects that are here, and maybe explain a little bit about why we feel like an investment in an initiative like ours could benefit the community. I've been working with homeless all across the valley for 30 years, since going to college at UC Davis, from Sacramento to Modesto, and then now Bay Valley Tech actually helps with some of the homeless initiatives down here in Merced as well. So our organization has a huge heart for helping the needy in the community. Our approach, though, is that as we look at what needs to happen to help our community, that eventually it makes sense to start going upstream, to start solving the problems at the source, further up, versus just being downstream trying to solve issues after that they've already happened, after these bad things have already happened in our community. So, can I? Okay, so just a few points. Here's my degrees in ag econ. I grew up on a farm. We know ag is big in the state, but if you, how do I do this? Would you mind just doing that for me? Okay, thanks. But if you compare all of our ag revenues to something like one, go ahead, go to the next one, to one tech company, the one tech company's revenues are so much bigger than all of these ag industries put together in our state. So we feel like, one, it would be a huge miss if Merced does not invest anything in our future with these new jobs, these new skills that are coming. Tech is already producing 10% of the jobs in the state and 20% of our economy. The average tech job in California pays $200,000 already. So we're looking to bring some of that to Merced. So even at $150,000 a year that a new tech worker could possibly get paid, conservative compared to the $200,000 estimate, over 30 years, that tech worker here in Merced will bring $4.5 million into the local economy. If we train 1,000 people, that's $4.5 billion in direct salaries that they would pull into Merced where they live. And we would get the attention of tech employers and such, thinking about Merced as a great place to come in. Higher overall economic impact studies show would be $21 billion for our local economy. So the point is, if we can invest a little bit in our future, we can help drive the growth of the economy, fill the coffers of...
Phil, I got it. Time's up, so I apologize. Okay. I know you got other folks here.
Did you guys have any questions for us?
We, at this time, we can't engage in a question and answer at this point. This is just us listening to you, so.
Okay.
But yeah, time's up.
And we'll leave these slides with you. You can see all the alumni that have gone through this program. Some of them actually work for the city right now, so. Okay, thank you.
No, we appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Okay.
And applause. All right, good evening, Norma.
Good evening, Mayor Serrato, council members, staff. That was a really great consolidated application. My name is Norma Cardona, and I come before you today as a resident advocate and someone working alongside communities navigating the digital divide. I'm here to speak in support of Bay Valley Tech and their application that was submitted, and also in intentional investments in broadband access, digital literacy, digital navigators, access to devices, and tech-related workforce development. Because in 2025, these are not just luxuries, these are lifelines. In the city's own 2025-29 CONAP plan, or consolidated plan, it makes the case clearly. On page 74, it acknowledges that low and moderate income households often face significant challenges accessing affordable broadband, particularly in South and Central Merced, where internet infrastructure is unreliable or unaffordable. Families cannot complete homework, apply for jobs, or attend telehealth appointments without it. But the digital divide is not just about internet connection, it's about opportunity, and that opportunity is deeply uneven. On page 86, the plan calls out the critical need for digital literacy training, job development in tech, and access to devices. That's not just an observation, it's a call to action. Right now, residents are being left behind not because they lack intelligence or drive, but because they lack access to the most basic digital tools, and that's not acceptable. I've seen firsthand how providing a family with a hotspot and device paired with a trusted digital navigator can open up worlds. And I've seen how digital skills can empower youth and adults alike to step into new careers, grow businesses, and advocate for their families. This is about economic development. It's about health access, it's about equity, and frankly, it's about the city living up to the values it's already embedded in the plan. So tonight, I respectfully urge the council to not only fund this project, but then also explore the funding of broadband infrastructure improvements in areas that are underserved or unserved, especially South Merced. 2, invest in the digital navigator programs where people from our community who can help neighbors learn how to safely and confidently use technology. 3, support access to free and low-cost devices through city and community partnerships. 4, expand digital literacy training, especially for seniors, low-income families, and disconnected youth. And 5, support job training in the tech sector as outlined in your economic development goals to help Merced grow into innovative city it is poised to become. Digital equity is not just about technology, it's about opportunity, and it's about economic development, and this is the moment to lead. And I told myself if I had a little bit more time, I would highlight some of the things that I found in the CONAP, including the 789 cases of domestic violence in the city of Merced, which based on 35% of underreporting, it's actually 1,435, and the 107 sexual assault survivors, which accounting for the 35 underreporting should be 306. And so I think we need to, in the future, think about how we're helping these people with children who are suffering from domestic violence and having them housed. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. All right, next speaker.
I believe that's all we have, Mayor.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak about the Bay Valley Tech proposal and why it initially was not funded. They requested $120,000 to put on 3 6-hour workshops. By my calculations, that's $6,667 per hour of training, which kind of seems like a lot to me. You want to train 60 people, that's 20 per workshop, 3 6-hour workshops, and that comes to a cost of $2,000 per person for a 6-hour training. So I think when we looked at that, that looked very out of sorts.
Okay. Phil, we can't, sorry. Anybody, if anybody has any specific questions, again, either for staff or for any of the speakers, council can request that. All right, anybody else this time? All right, a couple of brief comments. There were some comments made earlier, especially when it comes to housing and homelessness. There was recently a study done which between 2010 and 2023, out of 500, the 500 largest metropolitan areas or cities in the United States, Merced actually placed 11th out of 500 during that time when it came to increasing rates of home ownership. So there's roughly 16% of the cities across the United States increased their rate of home ownership during that period. And Merced, of all of those, was number 11 out of 500. So still a long way to go, still big challenges. It's been a struggle nationwide, I think, on that issue lately. But certainly we've had progress here and have been one of the top performing cities in that regard. And thanks in large part, in a big way, to the work that your department does, Kim, Scott, and everybody. And then homelessness too. I just want everybody at work on that issue. Want to applaud everybody. Our recent homeless point in time count numbers that came out showed countywide a 19.7% reduction from January 2024 to January 2025, and roughly a 24% reduction since our height in January 2021. So again, Dr. Jones, everybody else here working on homelessness, all the good people from Harvest Time too. Thank you all for your hard work, and we're hopefully making progress and turning a corner, and hopefully that progress continues. We certainly have a lot more housing units to come, and there's another comment made, I believe it was you, Mr. Thomas, who made the comment about additional affordable housing or homeless housing projects, and currently we have a number of them kind of in planning or in development, and they're spread somewhat all over town. Devonwood, kind of by Walmart, Bella Vista over at Yosemite Parkway, and Parsons, Park Avenue, downtown, the Lake Housing at 18th and I, and then R Street, 13th and G, and 12th and V was a recent one. So there's somewhat spread all over town. I'm not saying, over time, we obviously inherit what we have as well, but there's somewhat spread over town, our new projects, or we're trying to make that effort as well. The big thing too is you need acreage. It needs to make sense. It needs to be scalable. So the project makes sense financially, and then you need a willing developer and willing buyer as well too. So those lots are somewhat limited in town. So we really try to take what we can get in that regard too, because it's hard for us just to pick and choose and say, we're gonna go there, we're gonna go there. It's a lot more complicated than that, because you need the acreage, you need a vacant site that's big enough in town, usually probably 4+ acres. And then you need a willing developer and a willing owner as well, so limits it. All right, additional comments. It seems like we had on this, the discussion centered around at our last council meeting, and we did a lot of work the last time on the funding, which is, Kim, if you can pull that up, I forget which slide it was, but it was the, we have $189,118 available. And we had we have our housing, let's see where, there it is. That is our CDBG public service projects. So we had roughly $695,820 worth of requests. We have $189,118 to dole out. So there's roughly 3.5 times requested as we have. Preliminary guidance from the council at the last council meeting was the 28 to our housing division, and then the roughly 160,000 that was left, dividing that between Harvest Time, Project Sentinel, and the Dr. Jennifer Jones Foundation, as noted on this board. All right, on this topic, is there any additional discussion from council? Everybody aligned with what we see here? Any discussion, any suggestions to change anything? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So it's always great when we get outside grant money to pass through to our community. It's always hard when we get 4 times as many requests as we have the funding. And so as the mayor said, we got almost $700,000 of requests, but only $189,000 to give out. So somebody was not gonna get everything they asked for. That's just the nature of the conversation that we had to have. I am having a little bit of a deja vu moment, and I'm not sure I'm inclined to redo the work that we did the last time. I'm comfortable with the spread that's already before us for the CDBG allocations, all worthy causes. Harvest Time, Dr. Jennifer Jones, those are direct services. the more money we can give them, the more direct services they can provide. But again, we had to figure out a way to get money out to the community across the board. So I'm comfortable with the choices we made. Project Sentinel, this council has had long-time support for this. This is helping people help themselves. I think there's a multiplier effect here that is worthwhile and justifies maintaining the $50,000 request. They also came in and only asked for $50,000, and I respect that. Bay Valley Tech, my colleague, Mr. Harris, started to talk about it. Do we need tech and job training programs in the community? Absolutely. And I take Mr. Milano's challenge to have a very directed effort at bringing in the next economy into Merced, particularly because our partners at UC Merced keep graduating engineers who leave town in droves. That's a mistake. But the specific question before us is whether to fund a $120,000 seminar program. I share my colleagues' concerns about the return for investment. In our last conversation, I also had questions about whether staff was really confident that the program as presented satisfied the HUD guidelines, and I did not get a very confident answer. And having had to sit up here and give money back to HUD twice before, I'm not really inclined to have another oops moment. So, I don't like being the bad guy, but I think zeroing out the Bay Tech proposal this time around is the right approach. And also, if we want to add money back, we got to take some money away from these other worthy causes. So it's an imperfect solution, but I'm comfortable sticking with what we developed on April 21st.
Thanks, sir. Anybody else? And just, again, I'm comfortable with where we're at as well. I know, Phil, you and your program, you guys have been wonderful, and we've worked closely on a lot of things too, and especially that $500,000 award from county workforce as well. I share some of the concerns a little bit with our colleagues. I think it's certainly, there's a huge need, as Councilmember Smith stated, building tech skills, building coding skills, training individuals in those skills in our city, and hopefully building a better tech economy is a very, very desirable goal. But again, we have not quite $190,000, and taking out the 28 for our housing division, roughly $160,000 to dole out various worthy causes here as well. Homelessness, addressing homelessness and housing are things that are directly within the city's purview in a lot of ways. Job training and workforce development is something typically the county, we've had these conversations too in the past, but the county, Merced College, UC Merced, the schools, they take the lead on. And then just given the amount of funding available too, if, roughly, even if it was $20,000 to $40,000 grant, it seems like it's just, I think that request is harder to scale than the other ones. Some of the requests, it's hard to scale down from that 120 and still be effective, as opposed to scaling up or down on the other ones as well. So just some more thoughts, but certainly excited to keep working with you and keep trying to find ways to make this happen. I think you guys have a great vision for Merced, and hopefully looking forward to be a part of making it happen. All right, anybody else? Councilor Jean.
Yeah, but I could agree with Councilmember Smith and the mayor here. The way I see CDBG being used is to support vulnerable community, and Harvest Time, Project Sentinel, and Dr. Jennifer Jones Foundation, I think as Councilmember Smith mentioned, they provide direct services to vulnerable communities. And I think it's important that we continue to do that. I do still question the job training program because it's not quite the same as job creation, right? And you can't guarantee that a low-income individual going through this program is going to get a good job, right? And I just don't think it's worth the risk here where we could actually provide material goods to, again, vulnerable communities.
Okay. All right, additional discussion or a motion with respect to this right here. This is the CDBG. Doing this for 9 years, I still can't figure out. I still don't know if the B or the D. The block grant, community development block grant funding allocations.
Motion to adopt items B through D.
Hang on one sec here. It's okay. I just had one question too, with regards to the, an additional slide, there was discussion about we had some discussion at the last council meeting about the specifics of the Joe Herb funding. I just wanted to discuss that as well. So if your motion does not include this,
Wasn't that on the budget, not on the HUD?
correct. Yeah, you made a motion, I think, on the whole thing on J3.
Council, if I could just input a thought here.
J3.
Correct.
So we, as I mentioned in the presentation, we have to reconcile our last 2 months of program income, which will probably have a small, very incremental increase to our cap here. So just direction as to where to apply that, even percentage across the board. How would you like to handle that?
Could you state that again, Kim?
So this list here, our cap includes our program income calculations as of April 4th. Since then, we've had program income all the way through today. And so before we submit our annual plan, we're going to be doing a final reconcile on what program income we have receipted and drawn in before we submit to HUD, so that we have the most accurate program income figures and carryover figures. Just kind of last tweaks to the numbers. And so that will slightly affect this. We'll probably have, I don't know, we could have maybe 10,000 or so in program income. And so it'd be 15% of that because of our 15% cap. So it'll change very slightly. And so I just wanted to ask where you wanted that going to.
So if we had a little extra money,
yes.
Put simply, if we had a little extra money, roughly
Where you want it,
1,500, where to go?
where to go.
Okay.
Mhm.
Any preferences? Anybody have a preference as to where this would go? Councilor Smith.
How much about Ms. Nutt? Like 10 grand-ish?
It would be 15% of whatever program income we've received and have, and our finance department has cleared since April 4th. So
Roughly, just ballpark, roughly 15% of
Very.
10,000, so
Very ballpark.
1,500
yeah,
or so. Okay, very, very rough estimate, but
could be less, could be more,
$1,000 to $2,000.
something like that probably.
I mean, to be fair, some of that money is going to backfill the administrative costs, but any remainder, I'd say just allocate it proportionately between Harvest Time and Dr. Jennifer Jones, since Project Sentinel's already at their request.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Is there, Councilmember Harris, I wanted to discuss also the Joe Herb funding. So if your motion is with respect to everything on the, which is on the agenda, then I just ask for time for more discussion. However, if you want to amend it and just focus it on this, and I think we can handle it at this time.
So-
CDBG Public Service Projects.
So it's on item J3, items B through D, B, C, and D.
Yes.
I don't see where the Joe Herb stuff is.
Right now, we're just given direction on this, the CDBG Public Service Projects. But then later on a further slide, that's where the Joe Herb funding comes in. So we're just discussing this. I just think it's easier if we take this up and give directions onto this, and then we'll discuss the other item, and then we can take up all the motions after we finalize everything. Does that make sense?
So do you want me to amend that to just items B and C?
Yes, just the CDBG Public Service Projects as shown on this slide.
So just to jump in, the problem is that the suggested motions are organized differently than the presentation. So what Matt is saying he's asking for a motion with regard to the CDBG allocation only, and then we can talk about the home allocation after we solidify our position with regard to CDBG.
I think the mayor is just wanting the CDBG funds specifically to public service activities. Kim, if you could go to the next slide, please, real quick, and we can go back. So the mayor is talking about the CDBG housing and infrastructure activities. So I don't want to speak for the mayor, but it sounds like he's just wanting to talk about the public service activities first.
You should speak for him. It'll go quicker. All right, so I'll withdraw the motion so we can have the discussion.
Okay. All right. With this, there was some discussion last time about the Joe Herb Park ADA improvements. I think I had an issue with roughly, Chris, correct me on the numbers if I'm wrong, but roughly half of the $753,000 would be towards upgrading and installing a new bathroom, lower Joe Herb Park, the park close to Yosemite Parkway. And then we also, later on, we have, I think during budget, we have $25,000 and possibly some of this as well towards improving the bathroom by the softball fields at Upper Joe Herb.
Correct. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Chris Jensen, Parks and Community Services Director. This evening, for your consideration and in support of staff's recommendation, wanted to showcase what we had modified our request to be for Joe Herb, to be all the $700,000+ going towards the sports complex area of Joe Herb Fields. What you see before you here are all three fields. These fields were built in the 70s and have not really been renovated. They've suffered ongoing deferred maintenance. Everything that you see in yellow color in the fields are high marks or areas that are not getting adequate irrigation. Everything that's green is obviously getting irrigated. So some of the restorations or renovations efforts would be to help make sure that our water is being used more wisely, that our irrigation is upgraded, that our fields and our pathways are ADA accessible. And to your comment earlier, Mr. Mayor, we would be renovating the Upper Joe Herb restrooms, which right now are unfortunately very, very outdated. And need to be brought up to code significantly for ADA and just to be more user-friendly for all of our park goers. In addition, we've budgeted for pathway lighting to light up the walkways. Right now, there is no lights outside of the field lights themselves. So when staff or park goers go and leave, especially in the fall through early spring periods of the year, it is pitch black in the facility between the fields and the parking lot. As a matter of fact, last evening, we experienced some breaking and entering in our maintenance facility here, and we hope to upgrade the park lighting, safety, and security measures with this funding. The second big expense for this project would be to segregate the ball field irrigation system from the general park irrigation. Right now, if there's a water leak, which we have often due to the dense clay in our soils here in the city of Merced. When pipes break or have leaks in the general park, we have to shut down the irrigation to the entire system, which covers the infields and outfields of Joe Herb as well. So if we have users or programs, we cannot irrigate those fields until the park leak is fixed. So it would help us make sure that our operations and the utility of the playground at Upper Joe Herb, the restrooms, and the ball fields would be have utility no matter any issue with leaking that's going on in the general park. So with those upgrades that were noted, we did utilize the approximate $400,000 that we had budgeted for Lower Joe Herb Park restroom renovation. We also did a field visit to the city of Atwater, which recently installed a somewhat automated restroom facility. The issue with that was parts availability. So when there is vandalism that takes place, there's several months between when the vandalism takes place and when the automated equipment is made available. So it's still a newer technology. It is promising, but it doesn't seem feasible for our maintenance needs at this time.
All right, questions for Chris. Councilmember DuPont.
No questions particular. Thank you, Director Jensen, for the presentation. And I have more comments right now, so Mayor, if you have questions of Director Jensen, I'll turn it back to you.
No, go ahead.
This is very much needed for Joe Herb Park. If you go to Joe Herb Park on a weekly basis, I'm there on a weekly basis, Tuesday nights. I play in these fields, and I can tell you the fields need maintenance. There are gopher holes throughout the fields, which I traverse because I play in the outfield. Like this is what happens when we do deferred maintenance in parks. It's been a lack in investment in Joe Herb Park when there's a lot of people that use Joe Herb Park on a weekly and a nightly basis. There's no lighting. If you could bring it down a bit. The blue line on the south side going into where the concession stand is, there is nothing there. So you're walking through grass. So ADA it's not accessible. And on the north side, it's blacktop. So it's not even concrete. There's no lighting. So when games that start at 9 p.m. end at 10 p.m., it is dark through those areas. So this is very much needed. I think it's a great use to CDBG funds, to a park that is used heavily in our city. And so I support this.
If I could talk a little bit, I know this isn't program funding, but just in support of some of the programs that we operate out of here. We do Junior Giants Little League, which is free. We haven't been able to do it at this park because of the deferred maintenance, so we've moved that to a different location. We would love to bring it back to this facility. We also host a series of free special events for our community, such as Halloween trunk or treats. We do the first pitch event. We do mini camps that are free for kids to come out and learn the game of baseball and softball. So it's a significant community asset that hasn't had routine investment. And to Councilmember DuPont's point, there's only so much deferred maintenance that can take place before maintenance is no longer the solution and renovation needs to take place.
And Chris, the $300,000 that the council allocated for Joe Herb ball field improvements, it was either last year or 2 years ago. What's the status of that and how can it relate to this funding as well?
Thank you, City Manager, Mr. McBride. The $300,000 that was allocated 2 years ago was initially dedicated to just the outfield renovation, so looking at irrigation and some field leveling. What this allows us to do is add infield renovation as well as ADA accessibility to the park. That wasn't afforded with the $300,000. The blue line that you see on the bottom of the park, the south entrance, we would be adding ADA parking stalls there, which do not exist now. So there's 2 for the entire sports complex, and then a community walking path that doesn't exist either. So the ADA accessibility is the big lift that CDBG would help us accomplish.
Okay. Could this funding be combined with that funding to?
It will be, yes, sir.
All right. It's exciting. Anybody else? Councilor Jean.
I do have a question, but not with regards to the park.
Okay.
Okay. So my question is more for Kim with regards to
exercise your First Amendment rights.
TBD projects. That $1.5 million. Is there a specific timeline in which we have to encumber or expend that money?
I'm sorry, for which one?
If you go.
Is it home?
Next slide.
Yes, it'll be home. Yeah, that slide right there at the to be determined, $1.5 million. Is there a timeline in which we have to spend that?
You mean the 1.6? On the,
1.58.
Not sure where you're looking.
Okay, yeah, 1.6 will work. It's
1.6.
Okay. So for home funds, we have a 4-year commitment deadline. So I believe we've got mixed in here. So this includes our 2025 allocation that we just got notified about. It includes 2024, and I think we have some 2023 in there as well. And so this is about 3 years of different funding. So the 2023 is the one we're really looking at because it has its time is ticking. So we have 4 years before we have to commit, meaning execute agreements with those funds. So it's becoming a little more imperative as time goes that we find a project for those funds.
okay. Thank you.
City Manager McBride.
Thank you, Mayor. With regards to the question, it's an excellent question. We actually have several good candidates that could be looking to use the funds. One of the biggest issues is just the strings that come attached with using federal funds. So we have to have a project that's got NEPA review. We have a couple that we're working on now that are doing NEPA, one being the Park Avenue project, one being 18th and I. So we have projects lining up that will probably be good candidates for this fund, so we're not worried about spending the funds, but those are kind of the ones we're targeting for right now.
All right. Further discussion or a motion? The new staff recommendation for the Joe Herb funding is as Chris presented. Is everybody okay with that, or is there any preference for the original discussion with the restroom at lower Joe Herb? And then
Motion including the updated information from Chris.
okay. And then with respect to the public service projects, could you summarize that as well? The additional funding would be divided
By the same percentages as proposed.
Okay.
Between Harvest Time and Project Sentinel.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Harvest Time and Dr. Jennifer Jones.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-41, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the program year 25 through 29 consolidated plan and first year 2025 annual action plan and certifying compliance with the requirements of the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership programs. Mayor and Council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Before we take a budget, we'll take a brief break. It's 8:15 right now. We'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 8:25 with our final budget public hearing. All right, one more minute.
We did good work to begin with.
30 seconds. Reconvene, we'll bring the meeting back to order and resume with agenda item J4, which is our budget public hearing.
Okay, agenda item J4, continued public hearing to allow interested persons to be heard regarding the City Council, Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of the City of Merced fiscal year 25-26 budget, adoption of the budget with revisions, and appropriation of the revenue and approval of the capital projects for each respective budget.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, to our esteemed finance officer, Venus Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight is our final budget session and public hearing, and hopefully by the end of this, we will have an adopted budget. So tonight, I'm going to focus a little bit in the beginning on the general fund reserve, because that has been some discussion in the last few council meetings. And then we'll move into our city budget overview, which with all the changes that were requested by council direction in the last meeting. We'll talk again about general fund, Measure C, Measure Y, just review other department areas, and then ultimately look at what's on the errata list. So because this has been up for discussion in the last few council meetings, and there was a request for direction in changing the general fund reserve tonight, I did, a lot of you were not on the council when this was adopted. There was questions about how did we come up with that percentage that we ended on. And so I just wanted to bring up some of the slides that were presented when it was first reviewed and adopted by the council a few years ago. And so this is the general fund reserve, or fund balance of the general fund, is a measure of the financial resources available. It mitigates financial risk. It provides a backup for revenue shortfalls. It sustains existing levels of service to residents, and it demonstrates continued prudent fiscal management and credit worthiness. So how did we derive at the recommended percentage? A few years back. So as I mentioned, we took a kind of a questionnaire that GFOA puts out about our city's revenues and expenses, how we receive money, what is our largest contributing resources to our general fund. And so we basically took this questionnaire. These four listed items are summaries of what those questions were about. And so the first one is the predictability of revenues and volatility of expenditures. So less predictability and more volatility necessitates higher reserve levels. So this area was high due to, of course, sales tax was one of the major reasons. Perceived exposure to significant one-time outlays, so disasters, immediate capital needs, state budget cuts. We actually have a lot of funding that comes from the state, and so this was considered mid to high. Potential drain on the general fund resources from other funds or availability of resources in other funds. So if there's deficits in other funds, does the general fund required to help them? And in a lot of cases we have. Consistently, it's development services, it's parks and recreation. It has been the airport. We have had funding towards street maintenance in the past. We've talked about potentially housing. So we have had to use general fund reserves to help other funds in the past. And then the fourth is liquidity, having cash available to cover liabilities. So this has typically been low because we do have we have a pretty good handle on our cash flow and being able to pay our liabilities. So with scoring these out, it was recommended that for our entity, we had a 26 to 35% reserve level. So in prior discussions, it was you were interested in reducing the general fund reserve, and so you wanted to look at potential percentages, what would that mean? And so here I listed, based on fiscal year 25 to 26 proposed general fund operating budget at $67.6 million, about 1% of that would be $676,000. 5%, which is what we would want to keep as contingency within the general fund, is $3.3 million. Before we put the policy in place, we were using the GFOA recommended minimum, and so in that case, it would be the 11.2%, and then you have, at 5% intervals, starting with 20%, what your operating reserve would be. So we had 35% is currently what our policy holds. The policy in front of you to be changed, we put it at 30%. But again, if you wanted to propose or do something different, you could do that. But everything in the budget tonight, the policy in front of you, it's all set at a 30% operating budget, which would be $20.2 million. So again, this shows the at 5% intervals. Our current set aside holding in a separate fund is $18.3 million. If we just look at the 30%, which is what's in your budget for tonight, if you adopt it, we would need to set aside 16.9% and then hold 3.3 as contingency within the general fund. So that puts us at the 20.2, which means that the current set aside is overfunded by $1.4 million. If you were to go higher, of course, you have shortfall, you need to add more. If you were to go lower, that additional funding, overfunding would be higher. So again, revising the general fund reserve policy from 35% to 30% requires a $20.2 million in general fund reserve, 5% contingency, $3.3 million. The 25% set aside would be $16.9 million. Your current balance is $18.3, which means it's overfunded by $1.4 million. Based on the budget that's proposed tonight, we had a shortfall of $494,460. So we did add transfer back from the general fund reserve of that amount, which means that there is still a remaining overfunded amount of $967,345. So there's several options that you can do with that. The policy does state that the council would determine how to use whatever is overfunded. So you could leave it there, and in the future, it could be absorbed by next year's potential increase to needing additional funding. You could transfer it all back. You could use it for a one-time capital item. It really depends on how the council wants to what they would like to do with that. So now we'll go into our proposed budget for next fiscal year for 25-26. So again, just an overview of what is in the budget. So the labor negotiated increases of 4% are included. Maintenance, supplies, and services, we discussed how we had to decrease that. Some are less than a 0% to a 2% increase. Maintenance and one-time acquisitions included in the general fund, Measure Y, Measure C, and CFD. Parks and Community Services, again, their budget has been a challenge, but we have found a way to balance it for this year. PC and fleet replacement is not included in the general fund. It is included in enterprise funds and other special revenue funds. And there's also changes within the proposed budget that includes the council direction that was given at last meeting's public hearing. So with all the changes from council direction in the last meeting, the city budget is now $439.9 million. Prior it was 438.5, so we added about 1.4 million in expenses. The general fund is 68.6 million. Enterprise funds are 198.4. Internal service funds are 53.5. The measure funds, Measure C, Measure Y, Measure V, 21.8 million, and then all other operating funds are 97.6 million. So most of the changes the council made were re-adding back positions or eliminating the unfunded positions, adding funding back for those positions. So with those changes, we now are increasing the number of positions citywide by a net of 3 positions, most of them within the enterprise areas. We are only unfunding 2 half positions, which are the peer specialists, because the grant is expiring December 31st. And so they're only funded through the end of this calendar year. So this is the general fund. So I put it side by side with the changes. So the second column is how the city manager recommended the budget for next year in the general fund. And then the first column is with all the changes that the council made and directed. So of course, the beginning balance, the budget, the beginning balance does not change. What does change is the budgeted revenue, because now we have a transfer coming in from the general fund reserve of $494,460. So that increased a little bit. Operating transfers, so this is for adding back the zookeeper. So by adding that back, we're adding $65,000 of transfer to Parks and Recreation. And then you can see that we now balance revenue over expense. So you see the 0 there versus where we had short $429,000 in the prior proposed budget. Below the line, non-operating changed by $105,000, which is $75,000 for arch project and $30,000 for community funding. Future planning change because now we don't need additional funding for the general fund reserve. So the allocation in the prior proposal has now been removed. So it reduces that transfer by 1.9 million. And then the contingency does change a little bit because we increase operating costs within the general fund. So it increased $3,200. But then you see that the balance is now 3.9 million versus the 1.7. So the transfer did change just a little bit here for next year, because with the transfer of the funding for the zookeeper, we added $65,000. So that increased the transfers going to Parks and Recreation. So total transfers here are to a little over $2 million. And here are the below the line expenses. So again, adding back community funding and art projects at $30,000, $75,000. Again, the ERP is in here for $147,000, $100,000 for the city clerk security project, almost $130,000 for CP42. We have $15,000 and $50,000 for the skylight replacement and the exhaust replacement within the Civic Center. And then the allocations did not change, so we're still seeing $675,000 towards Economic Development Opportunity Fund, a little over $1 million for Affordable Housing Fund, 1.6 million towards Trust 115, but here you see 0 under the general fund reserve because, again, we don't have to add funding for that. And then just to show the changes with the set-aside amounts. So in the general fund now, you see that there's a $7.3 million balance, but 3.4 of that is contingency. So then you have almost $4 million available. In the general fund reserve, it would be required to be 17.8. I'm sorry, it would be required to be 16.9 million, but we have 17.8 million, so you are a little overfunded there. And then on the other allocations, that did not change from prior version. So here are the Measure C funds, and all of the positions that were added back for public safety were in Measure C. So we added them in the old Measure C fund. And so the only changes here were what's highlighted. So we added all operating expenses for personnel of $986,000. So the GFOA recommended minimum is a little over 1.5. So between the two fund balances in the old Measure C and the public safety Measure C, we do meet that requirement. Measure Y did not change, so you still see that we are estimating to receive a little bit over 1.6 million. Again, continuing to decline a little bit this year from prior year, and so we made next year's budget very similar to where we feel we're going to get this year. We end the year with a balance of a little over 200,000, with each area getting their required allocation of 20% to police, 20% to fire, 20% parks and rec, and then the discretionary portion is split between parks maintenance and recreation programming. In Parks and Community Services, we did balance their budget, and again, adding back the zookeeper that council directed. We are allocating the 20% of Measure Y funds, again, the 50% of the discretionary portion of the Measure Y funds, and then the general fund transfer increased 5.4%, so 87,000, which gives them a total of 1.7 million of transfer from the general fund. Again, we are funding some CP42 maintenance costs until we can figure out the JPA and what our allocated costs would be moving forward. So that was 83,000 in next year's budget, which includes some extra help, utilities, turf tank, some maintenance supplies and services. Some of the impacts were reducing the Boys and Girls Club, 25,000 towards their contract, and then 5,000 towards other community center leases. They were eliminating summer camp, stick to fitness sports clinics, the block party trailer for community reservations, and then they were also requesting contributions for youth sports from the school district. From Public Facilities Financing Plan, we are allocating 200,000 towards CP42 for the fence and some water infrastructure. Again, Parks and Community Services would like to move their administration into the senior center. So in order to do that, we would need 114,000. 28,000 would come from PFFP, and 86,000 would come from their current year's operating savings. In police, so this is the slide that was presented prior, but I just added in red what the changes were. So initially we were deleting a lead dispatcher, but that got added back into Measure C. They are deleting parking enforcement officer, but adding a CSO. We had unfunded additional police officer with a total of 4, so 3 from last year and 1 this year, but council directed to add those back into Measure C, which we have done. We unfunded a dispatcher, and we added that back too. So the number of positions do not change in in the general fund, but the positions went into Measure C. So under Measure C, those total positions now are 23.49, 3 of them non-sworn, and 20.49 sworn. again, in order to help the general fund balance, we had moved operating budgets from Measure C and Measure Y, 76,000 out of Measure C and 124,000 into Measure Y. CFD will remain with the positions of 10.21 sworn, and we are adding $500,000 to replace 8 of their vehicles. In Measure Y, they're continuing with the Reserve Officer Program, funding a temporary dispatcher, a sergeant, and adding for unanticipated fleet repairs of $76,000. On the fire side, we had unfunded a firefighter, but again, with council direction, we did add that back into Measure C. So in Measure C now, they are at 11.3 sworn versus the 10.3 they had. As far as the SAFER grant positions, those are funded in the general fund as of now. We had talked about potentially putting in a FEMA waiver. We now know that that's probably not something that we want to do, so we would not do that, and we would adding back the firefighter would help to meet that requirement. In Measure Y and Measure C, again, we added operating budget of fire from the general fund in order to help that balance. So 75,000 added into Measure C and 50,000 into Measure Y. They're also added thermal imaging cameras and self-contained breathing apparatus out of Measure Y, and then we are adding a Type 6 engine purchase, 50% out of Measure C and 50% out of Measure Y. So under administration, nothing changed from the original proposal. We're still unfunding 2 half peer support specialists and deleting 2 full-time peer support specialists. Again, the city clerk safety improvement of 100,000. In finance, we're adding the assistant buyer with a net cost of 6,000 to the general fund. We're deleting the HR tech in human resources. We're deleting a GIS coordinator by adding an IT manager and an IT, and deleting a GIS technician and adding a systems technician. We're adding a capital project of $135,000 for replacing the data center floor in IT. And we're continuing to fund licenses for all employees. It had a 15% increase for next year, so we're at $461,000 for licenses. We're continuing to fund the ERP allocation through implementation, so we would be setting aside an additional $272,000 next year for that project. Again, in the general fund, we added $1 million in RDA residual revenue due to finishing to pay the Department of Finance settlement agreement. And then per council direction, again, we had originally not allocated funding for community funding and arch project, but we did add that back, 30,000 and 75,000. So we had discussed how in development services, we are proposing to remove a deputy development services director and adding a planning manager. And that development services area is using their fund balance very quickly due to the reduction in activity within that area, in the building area. So they are working on a fee study to help to increase their fees to help balance that fund in future years. In the housing area, although next year's budget looks like it's balancing in the current year, we will likely have issues balancing that budget. So there is a proposal and a revised affordable housing policy tonight for you to vote on. It would add being able to use that funding source towards administrative costs for housing. And then again, although we got our CDBG and home allocations, there are still discussions at the federal level about perhaps cutting the program altogether. And some of the discussions we've had are about, we have PBID come on board, and so we did include that in the budget. We've had TBID come on board, and although we're finalizing that agreement with TBID, we do have it in the budget for next year to be able to pass through that fund to the TBID for use for tourism. And then we did include a small business grant funding. On the airport side, we did have to add general fund transfer of $367,000. They had been balancing their budget with an FAA CARES Act grant that has expired. And in Public Works, again, they are deleting a park worker to help the general fund balance. We're adding 2 maintenance workers in streets and refuse, deleting a sewer storm drain worker and adding a lead sewer storm drain worker. We're deleting an instrumentation control electrician technician and adding a lead wastewater treatment plant maintenance position. We're adding a lead instrumentation control electrician tech in water and a water distribution quality assurance technician. We're adding a tree trimmer and a custodian. Some of the projects that Public Works will be working on next year that are included in the budget, if approved, are some building repairs to the administrative and courtyard buildings of $166,000, the fleet building improvements of $80,000. Again, we talked about the Civic Center replacements. In Measure C, we have included $300,000 to purchase a road grinder so Public Works can do some of that work internally. And some of the vehicle acquisitions are a truck in streets, a van in facilities, 3 trucks in water, and 1 rear loader for organics and refuse. In Measure Y, under the 50% portion of discretionary, we added $100,000 for tree trimming, continuing to fund the bike path maintenance of $60,000, and then park improvements of the zoo roof repair of $6,000, Joe Herb upper restrooms of $25,000, and then citywide restrooms of $69,000. And the only big project that we included in next year's budget is the McKee Road rehab of $1.2 million that we will work in collaboration with the county on. And then we just added additional funding for some of these projects that were already in place for the streets area. So it's replacing the school flashing beacons, the Polera push buttons at the schools, and Controllers 2070 replacement. And then the new one is the downtown concrete light poles of $40,000. So ultimately, these are the items that are on the errata list. So if you adopt the budget tonight, it would include all of these changes. So it would be everything we proposed plus all the changes that the council directed. A couple of these are staff recommendations based on, you heard the housing allocation plan earlier, which talked about our allocations. We had initially put them in there as an estimate, and then when now that we have the allocations, we have a couple of changes in here. So again, adding community funding for $30,000, adding arch projects of $75,000. We added back the unfunded zookeeper at $65,000. The general fund reserve, the 5% contingency portion would increase just a little bit. We reduced the general fund reserve allocation. If you were to set that at 30%, it would not need an allocation, so we reduced the entire amount. We added the transfer from the general fund reserve to the general fund to cover the deficit of $494,000. We added back the unfunded firefighter to Measure C of $143,000. We added back 4 unfunded police officers to Measure C, so that was a total of a little over $623,000. We added back 1 unfunded dispatcher and a deleted lead dispatcher, so that was a total of $219,000. And again, the revised amounts for CDBG and home. And then there was some final little changes in the maintenance districts in order for it to match up to what you adopted earlier tonight for the maintenance district public hearing. It was a net decrease of $443 in the maintenance district budgets. So that is the presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Questions? Venus, I had one on slide 22, no need to go back to it, but the ERP, how much longer do we have to?
So for funding or to implement the project?
Everything.
So I think for funding, we're hoping we might need another allocation in the next, not 25, 26, but 26, 27. We will likely need a little bit more. We're hoping to implement that entire project by the end of next year, because I think we're working on payroll now, hoping to implement that by either October or January, depending on how that goes. And then we have utility billing, which we're hoping to implement by January of next year. But they don't always go as planned, so then they end up getting pushed out a little bit.
We've been funding that bit by bit for, geez, feels like.
Well, we started actually working on the project in 2020. So when COVID, we were supposed to start that project and then COVID hit. So we had started funding it and then we had to push back starting the project. So unfortunately, that did cost us a little bit of money to the project because of the pushback. But we probably started funding that project 1819, 1920.
Tell them it was 4 point, was it 4 something? Or
It's probably at like 6-7 million now.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay, seeing none at this time. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation, Ms. Burgess. And thank you for the hard work. This has been going on for like 8 months of your life, so we all appreciate it. I have 3 question areas. I'm going to try to get to it as best as I can. First question, I want to make sure I explain how we are reducing the set-aside amount to both cover the general fund deficit, but also some of the things that council asked to be added back. You are proposing to reduce the general fund reserve set-aside amount from 35% to 30%?
Correct.
And that frees up, again, how much money potentially? Is that the 1.9 million basically that I see on your errata sheet?
What was proposed to be, what was needed to set aside for the operating budget for next year, we were going to need an additional 1.9 million to set aside. When you reduced it to 30%, we no longer needed that set aside, and then we were overfunded in what was already set aside.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the proposal is that reducing the general fund reserve set-aside amount is the function that will both close the general fund deficit, but also allow us to fund the items that council brought back, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it sets aside more money than all those things, and there's 967,000 potentially available if we want to stick with 30% as the hard and fast number.
Yes.
Right? Okay. That was question 1. Question 2, I'm looking at the errata sheet, and forgive me if I have this wrong, but weren't we adding back, this is towards the bottom, the one unfunded dispatcher and the one deleted lead dispatcher, aren't those going back into Measure C?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just not on the slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did not finish that. But yes, they got added back. All the public safety positions got added back into Measure C.
I just wanted to confirm. And then last thing, it was a long, long meeting. It went to 12:30 in the morning. But conversation that I thought we had up here was to look at a model where we took a little bit from 3 different funds instead of just the general fund reserve set aside to fill the budget hole. We talked about maybe taking a little bit from Trust 115, reallocating some of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund where staff time is spent on affordable projects, and then the set aside. Is it just easier and cleaner to do it this way than to try to draw from 3 different places?
Well, maybe I misunderstood that, but I thought if we proposed a reduction to the general fund, I thought the comment was, we'll see what that gets us, and then if we will need to take out of Trust 115.
Yeah.
So when I did the math, there was enough overfunded there to fill your gap, and so you wouldn't have to take out of the Trust 115. If you wanted to propose something differently, half from one and half from the other, you could definitely do that.
I'm not saying that. In fact, I like your idea better. It's a lot cleaner, a lot simpler. I think I took from the discussion that council wanted to just take enough to fill the gaps and not create an overage, but I'm sure we can talk about that when it it's our time. Those are my questions. Thank you.
More additional questions? I'll reopen the public hearing. It's now 8:59. Jennifer, are there any requests to speak from the public?
We do have 10 requests to speak. So if I can get the first 5 to the podium, please. Eddie Rodriguez, Ashley Marie Suarez, Alicia Rivera, Maria Calderon, and Devin Verdon.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, welcome, sir. Good to see you.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So I just wanted to highlight some achievements and some benefits of the arts. You guys have generously funded the arts in the city budget for the last few years, and it's helped significantly. And I just wanted to say, these are some of the ways it's getting Merced known even globally. So we have a local artist, Ruben Sanchez. He grew up here working as a campesino. As a child, he would sell fruits and vegetables at the flea market. He would make art on the side. He's now part of a documentary with Yehuda Sharim. This documentary has been seen in over 100 film festivals around the world, in Germany, in France, in England, in the Middle East, in Mexico, in South America, El Paso, the Bay Area, San Diego. It's won 10 awards, and it's centered around a Merced artist. We currently have a young artist that just moved to Emeryville. He's now one of the new interns for Pixar Animation. He came from here. We steadily win competitions in the neighboring counties. I've even heard from some art directors say, okay, here comes another year of Merced artists winning the first, second, and third place prizes. We have a Central Valley Film Club that draws photographers, videographers, documentarians from Los Angeles and the Bay Area and the neighboring Central Valley on a monthly basis. That's happening here. We have local muralists and that have participated in international mural festivals. So other countries are getting to know about our artists here from Merced. We have local artists that have exhibited in museums here throughout California. And I've even met people that said, okay, I came to visit my family and I saw some of the murals here. And that was the defining moment that I wanted to move here. That was the determining factor that made them want to move here, is seeing the arts. And I also just wanted to say that funding for the arts helps kids and the younger generation have needed direction. So thank you for this time. And I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate what you guys have done. Also, I really want to encourage an open call for RFPs. That very directly helps up-and-coming artists make a living. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Thanks for being such a big part of it yourself. Speak.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alicia Rivera. I am a policy advocate with Leadership Council, a lot of the water and climate resilient policy work that I do there. I'm here today to uplift the inclusion of $120,000 in the upcoming FY 25-26 budget for a water and sewer service extension feasibility study in South Merced. This investment would build on the progress they already made, such as the wastewater master plan and the preliminary mapping of potential pipeline routes. For years, South Merced residents have made it clear that better access to basic utilities like clean water and reliable wastewater services is a top priority. There are not just infrastructure issues, there are matters of health, environmental justice, and equity. Advancing this study would directly respond to those community voice needs and help fill longstanding service gaps that have held the area back. In addition, completing the feasibility study would put the city in a much stronger position to compete for state and federal funding for future design and construction work, ensuring these vital infrastructure projects are both thoughtfully planned and financially viable. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Alicia. Calderon.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Maria Calderon, and I'm from the South Merced is my community. I oppose the budget. I feel like South Merced is not included in the budget. I didn't see any money in the budget related to the extension of water and sewer. It is unhealthy to drink contaminated water. I'm concerned about how it is going to affect our community. I want you to add money on the budget for a study on the extension of water and sewer services for all county streets in the city of Merced. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good evening, Ashley.
Good evening. First and foremost, we urge the city to encourage and engage the community in all of the community input process for the budget, just to gather feedback for the mid-year budget review as well as for the next budget season. I think that could really use some work. These are dollars of your constituents, and the city should be as transparent and as willing as possible to hear from the community that you are supposed to be leading, that you are supposed to be making these decisions for and representing. The town halls held this January and February, as well as the strategic planning session, I felt were not appropriately advertised. A lot of the community members didn't really know what they were going and getting themselves into. They're making a lot of asks for support, and it doesn't really seem reflected in this budget. And so going forward, we urge you to employ better community outreach tactics, such as including all important deadlines for important budget discussions in the city's newsletter included in the monthly utilities, partnering with the school district to share important dates with parents and guardians, and partnering with local businesses and organizations to have flyers and important deadlines and meetings posted around in those spaces that the community goes to and is always living in. And so today I'd like to summarize a few budget demands that align with community priorities related to housing in both South Merced and with the working group in Merced Gardens, which is in District 5. At least $500,000 for the rental registry and rental inspection program, because all tenants, but particularly tenants who are part of vulnerable populations, including undocumented residents, as well as low-income residents, fear landlord retaliation when reporting poor housing conditions in traditional complaint-based systems like the one that Merced has. There is a lot of fear in reporting these poor housing conditions, so we urge the city to take a proactive approach instead of a reactive approach to ensure that there are landlords that, that violate the housing code, that fail to correct violations, that continue to negate their duties as a landlord, that they're held accountable. And so this program incentivizes landlords to be responsible while also preventing housing displacement, improving living conditions, and eliminating tenant fear of retaliation. Because inspections in this case would be routine and they would be expected. So the revenue structure would be determined at your discretion. This program can make revenue off of fees collected from landlords that fail to correct violations and fees for associated inspections. And so the goal would be to make this program self-sustainable. This wouldn't be $500,000 that we're asking for year after year. Second, $2 million for housing rehabilitation for mobile homes. Over 50% of the state's mobile home units were built over 45 years ago. And especially in the summer months when we hit the triple digits, it's imperative that weatherization programs and housing rehabilitation programs are well funded and are available to mobile homeowners, because that's currently not what's available to them. And at least $800,000 to expand the first-time homebuyer program to ensure that residents that are low income, that are undocumented, that have low credit are able to access non-predatory loans with 0% interest rates. And lastly, we urge City Council to take action on preserving affordable housing units. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Appreciate it. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Devin Verdon. I'm a representative of Merced TNR. We are a local nonprofit Trap, Neuter, and Vaccinate program for our local feral animals. We help cut down feral animal population within the community. This helps keep the community clean and is a safer alternative to population control of our stray animals. Today, we have come here with a plea for help on our next goals in the upcoming quarters. Our goals are to build a brick and mortar to further help our county and city animal services with holding animals and transporting them for vet services. Our next goals would be to open up low-cost spay and neuter vaccination clinics for our local family-owned pets. Our cost that we're looking at right now is about $100 to $200K for all expenses in the upcoming quarters. And we are here today asking for help in your guys' next budget to please include us in that budget.
All right, thank you, Deb. Appreciate the work.
Okay, if I can get the next speakers, Silver Sebastian, Natalie, I'm going to probably butcher your last name, so I'm going to say Natalie L., Norma Cardona, Alejandro Cortez, and Gloria Sandoval.
All right, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Serrato and council members and staff. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Silver Sebastian. I am Vice President of Merced TNR, which is a nonprofit dedicated to humane management of Merced's community cats. Our mission is to care for feral and stray cats and improve conditions in our neighborhoods. At the core of our program is Trap, Neuter, Vaccinate, Return, which is TNVR. This is a humane, non-lethal approach where volunteers like myself safely trap community cats, bring them to a veterinarian for spaying or neutering, vaccinations, which includes rabies, then return them to the place where they were found. This method is proven effective and endorsed by national animal welfare experts such as Best Friends Animal Society. Scientific studies show that TNVR ends breeding cycle, stabilizing and gradually reducing the population of free-roaming cats. The results is fewer cats entering shelters and fewer calls to animal control, saving lives and taxpayers' money. TNVR also benefits our city directly. By vaccinating and managing cat populations, we reduce the risk of diseases like rabies that spread to people and other animals. Neutered cats stop roaming and fighting, which means fewer nuisance complaints from neighbors. At the same time, TNVR lowers shelter intake and cuts animal control costs roughly by 55% compared to traditional catch and kill approaches, according to Safe Harbor Animal Coalition. This means more shelter space for adoptable pets, improving outcomes for both families and animals. What we need from the city. To build on this success, we respectfully ask the city for support in 3 key areas. Number 1, a dedicated holding space, even a small secure room or storage area to improve care for cats that are being spayed and neutered before and after their surgery. Number 2, shared resources such as loaner traps, carriers, or subsidized spay and neuter services with city shelters or partner clinics to serve more cats at minimal cost. And number 3, a promotional partnership where the city helps spread the word about Merced TNR programs through newsletters, websites, and social media. These low-cost supports would greatly amplify our impact within the city. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and Merced TNR is proud to work with all of you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Cinquini, and I'm here on behalf of Merced TNR as well. Our organization is in urgent need of a facility to continue our critical work. We assist local animal control, support low-income families with pets, and care for community cats and dogs who have been abandoned, lost, or dumped. Through proactive trap, neuter, vaccinate, return efforts, we've made a measurable impact, reducing stray populations, preventing suffering, and improving public health and safety. We spay, neuter, and vaccinate as many animals as our limited resources allow, and every procedure helps stabilize our neighborhoods. We are proud of the difference we've made, but we've outgrown our current capabilities. With your support for a permanent building, we can expand our services and better serve Merced's people and animals. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please help us continue improving the lives of our residents and animals as we work toward a safer, more compassionate, and more beautiful Merced. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back, Norma.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm up here again. My name is Norma Cardona, and while I didn't grow up in Merced, I did grow up in Santa Maria, California, in the Central Coast, which is very much similar to Merced with a lot of agricultural workers. I grew up in a mobile home park. I grew up in a trailer park surrounded by working class families, many of whom, like mine, were just trying to get by. So I come to you tonight, not just as a resident of Merced for nearly 2 decades and living in downtown, but as someone who knows deeply and personally what it means to live in a community that is often overlooked in decisions that affect their quality of life. I know the feeling of living with broken windows or poor insulation during freezing winters, and I can only imagine the sweltering heat of summer without access to air conditioning. I know what it feels like to go without, to be unheard, and to fear retaliation for simply asking for safe and dignified housing. Now, because I moved to a community that was and continues to be affordable for some, and because my father, luckily, who was a first-time home buyer, because of the many sacrifices he made as an immigrant and as a campesino. Because of his sacrifices, I currently own my own home. Because he was able to buy his home, I was able to receive a loan from him and purchase my home here in Merced. And what did I do with that loan? I started a business. I owned a business in downtown Merced. I sold that business and bought another home. And now I own my own consulting business. And so the 5 topics or the 5 items that Leadership Council would like to, that they recommended, I would like to highlight 2 of those, which is a $2 million for a mobile home rehabilitation program, and also the $800,000 to expand first-time home buyer program. These have changed my life. These have taken me from the really living in poverty, in having food stamps and Medi-Cal, to really thriving and living a different life, living a life that I think that we want all of our residents to live, a thriving life where we contribute in a very important way to the local economy. And so with that, like I said, I know what it's like to grow up in a community with big dreams but limited resources. That's why I'm asking you to invest in these recommendations. Let's not miss this opportunity to center those who have been pushed to the margins. Let's choose a budget that reflects not just the fiscal priorities, but communities who need it most. And I know that you're gonna, you've had to get creative with the budget as the director, Venus, presented. But if not now, then when? And if not when, then I leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. Thank you. All right, who's next?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Long time no see some new faces. My name is Alejandro Cortez. I'm a community member of South Merced, born and raised my entire life here. I've lived here my entire life. And I just wanted to let you know that I currently oppose your current budget for the upcoming year. And I instead choose you to start investing in the residents of South Merced. Year after year, we have been asking for better means to life, and year after year, you are more focused on investing in public safety, new vehicles, vests. Last year was a tank that are only going to be used to speed in residentials, run residents over, use these vests while chasing community members, actively having episodes. We're asking that you... I'm highlighting one of the community budget asks that the Youth Leadership Council was talking about for a rental registry and rental inspection program, a proactive system that allows tenants to report violations without fear of retaliation from their landlords, where tenants pay half of the fee, like they had mentioned, so that the entire burden isn't placed on the landlords, because I know we love our property owners, right? We are also asking for funds for water and sewer management service extension feasibility study so that we can see how much it's actually going to cost to extend the waste management services to our neighbors, community members who are in these parts of who are in Merced, but yeah, technically are annexed into Merced. We are also asking that you guys look into generating a new South Merced community plan, which we've been, I know that's also something old, but a new one where we ask the community input, and one that benefits everyone in their current quality of life. The current quality of life and access to resources needs to be more equitable across all fields. The budget cannot reflect personal interest every year while your constituents beg year after year to start investing in them. We're not just industrial workers, labor-intensive workers, agriculture field workers. My neighbors deserve dignity and just as much care. My neighbors deserve support, uplifting, and by making a better quality of life more equitable, you also boost these people's self-esteem, and in turn, they want better for themselves. My neighbors will want to seek better opportunities for themselves because they know that it is within reach. And because the city actually wants to invest into them, that it is within reach because the city actually wants to invest into them. But it has to start with you guys actually investing into us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. All right, good evening, Gloria.
Good evening, all of you. I know we're all tired. First of all, I want to appreciate, some of your vision, that some of your projections, the needs of this community. I think it's really great to see, and we know that there's usually a shortage of money no matter how we do, and we're a growing city. I did have a question about something that was mentioned about the senior center and that the Parks and Rec is going to move into that area. I know that we're not for sure on the high-speed rail, especially, there's not a lot of support money-wise, so we don't even know if it's even going to disappear. But I was just wondering that. The other question, and I know that, this has been on the agenda many times, has been the police headquarters. I was kind of glad to see the Merced Sun Star building come down. So is that, a plan for it there or where? There's nothing that talks about that. But the one part I think that is not included here real obviously is services to youth. And I can't think of anything other than new home buyers that would have an opportunity to raise their children somewhere where they feel, not only safe, but that their parents also, would be treating them in a healthy way. It's my husband and I became homeowners the second place where we lived, but of course it was hard to have two incomes because I had to raise two twin daughters that are now 48. Yay! But I think I also have a lot of experience, especially observing this community. I believe that report that was made through the Continuum of Care was $20 million, about $20 million that has come to this community. And I'm afraid that what we're doing is managing homelessness instead of ending it. And I think that's something that is going to continue to haunt us. There is no law enforcement solution to homelessness. You cannot call a jail cell. The roof of a jail cell cannot be anybody's home. I'm concerned about our homeless population. And I don't see that. I don't see that for our children, our youth. Some things that would really kind of show that we truly are a village in Merced. I really think, the other thing I just really quickly want to say, and I don't know a lot about it, but Los Angeles with some of their homeless grants it looks like someone's trying to put them into receivership. And the fact that maybe administration might not give more monies, even a comment about CDBG, and maybe, other money's not available. Are we going to use a reserve fund? Just some comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Gloria. All right. Anybody else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right, hang on.
We had one for J3 from you.
Curtis, if you want to speak on this item, there's still time. The public hearing is still open. All right, last chance if anybody wants to speak on budget. Now's the chance. Curtis, we'll invite you on up.
I am pretty sure that's the slowest I've ever filled one of these out.
Yeah, I was wondering what you're putting down on that thing.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Hello, everybody. I've been doing a lot of thinking on this because, I wanted to try and help the city get some attainable wins on the budget. I've got a few questions and a few suggestions. The first thing that stood out to me was that the Parks Department moved to the Senior Center. It's my understanding that the Senior Center is part of the planned California High-Speed Rail trackage right-of-way, and that it's going to be demolished at some point in the future. I'm not sure that if that is the case, that it makes a lot of sense to me, in my opinion, to spend six figures to move the Parks Department there, only to probably spend that amount of money to move them again later. Secondly, some folks that I'm in contact with have suggested that the city's workers' comp claims are excessive. I'm personally unfamiliar with the subject matter, but I'm hoping maybe city staff or council can answer if our comp claims deviate from what would be expected of a city of our size in a way that's statistically meaningful, and if so, do we understand why? And looking out towards the long term, I think we need to assess proposed projects using a value per acre analysis to ask if a project can pay for itself in the long term. I would like to encourage the IT department to use free and open source software and decrease our Microsoft dependencies wherever possible. I understand that we're getting a lot of value from them, but also I imagine they're the reason why we had to spend a lot of money on PCs, given that Windows 10 has reached the end of its service life, and a lot of computers are not forward compatible with Windows 11. Those prices are not going to go down. Microsoft is going to keep coming back for its pound of flesh. So let's try, where it's reasonable, let's try to decrease those dependencies. Let's also look at reducing road and sidewalk maintenance costs by, as well as increasing our permeable surfaces by switching to brick pavers instead of pavement wherever it's feasible. And let's also reduce our traffic-related costs by getting people out of their cars. Let's prioritize building bike lanes that are safe enough that you let your kids ride in them. We've got a lot of overwide roads and a lot of non-maintained greenways that are more accurately described as dirtways that could be inexpensively converted to safe and comfortable bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jennifer, no further speakers.
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. It's 9:27. Just a couple of the questions that were raised by some of the speakers. There's, as far as I'm aware, no current plans for the Sunstar building, and whether or not that'll be a new police station or not, there's currently no plans. There's certainly nothing in this budget that says it. There's all that's open. And then with workers' comp, and Chris, you're getting up as well too. Just Venus, the question about workers' comp claims. I know that's something you think a lot about, and you guys study pretty closely. You know, how would you characterize our claims versus claims in other jurisdictions, and how do you budget for it? Just briefly on those topics.
So I'll be completely honest. I don't really look at other cities. Like, our city's very unique to our claims, and so we trend it, right? And then we try to see how it's increasing year over year, and we try to propose a budget where we think that it could maintain for that year. But it's a very year by year review, and they fluctuate quite a bit. In some years, we have a lot, and in other years, we don't have as many. I mean, we always have a lot, but it's not as many. So because when we continue to have personnel, it's just always something that we're going to have to fund and work on.
Yeah. Are you aware of any information that would show that we're some sort of outlier, that our claims are excessive and we're way outside the norm in any way?
Not that I know of. Again, I'm not always in on the details. I don't sit with the attorneys that review these claims. That's not really my part of it. So, those in risk management, sometimes city attorney's office is privy to those things. Okay. But not that I know of personally.
Craig, anything you aware of that would show that we're some outlier or anything?
No, I'm not aware of anything, but I want to inform council that we're about 3 to 4 weeks away from an assessment on our workers' comp program. So we can bring back information that's being reviewed.
Or be helpful.
So
Thank you.
very timely.
And then, Chris, if you come up and address the need, in your view, to move Parks and Rec headquarters to the senior center. Why do you think that's a good idea?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, community. A couple of things. Number one, I want to start off by saying, in light of high-speed rail's pending project, we do want that project to be successful if it takes place, but we also want to make sure that our city and community residents are better off as a result of it. We have ongoing expenses for that facility regardless if Parks and Recreation staff are providing programs or housed in that facility. Right now, we actually pay expenses in 2 separate facilities to house our administration in an outside office space. So we would actually be reducing our cost as a result of moving. The other thing that this council has asked us to do the past few years is to increase our revenues. Right now, the office location that we're in does not accommodate our ability to increase revenues using it as a revenue source. It is strictly a business office space. It doesn't have a communal space. It doesn't have public operations operating space, nor does it allow itself to be used as a rental for private parties or events. Moving us to the senior center gives us the increased ability to not only program the facility ourselves, but have on-site management of the city or of the facility to increase the revenue by external service providers or private parties renting the facility out. So given the budget constraints this year, we are looking at the majority of the funding that's been petitioned or suggested to be used from this year's budget, and that's in this year's cost savings. I think it's just under $90,000, $86,000. The rest from next year's budget, which is in front of you this evening, is actually from park and facility, PFFP, park and facility fees programs. Those funds would be used, I believe, in about 27% of the expense to move. So we're not taking anything away from next year's budget outside of PFFP. We're hoping to increase our ability to not only serve children and families in the facility that we can't serve now, being in our current location, increase our revenue, and reduce our expenses.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, back to council. Discussion, questions, or a motion?
I'll make a motion, City Attorney Cornwell, would you rather I divide that up among the functions, City Council versus the Parking Authority, all the different responsibilities we have, or do you care if we put it all in one?
How about each section in one?
That's each section. All right, under City Council, I move that we adopt items A through D.
All right, is there a second? All right, Councilmember Jean, question?
Well, I have a comment on the budget itself, but I will wait to see if this gets second first.
Okay. And this is to approve the budget as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second. I'll add a couple of things. Just remind everybody that this council gave direction to develop an anti-slumlord ordinance earlier in this council term. 2, there is a definite need for tenant representation in Merced. My view is it's not something the city can afford the 7-figure budget to put on, but I do think it's something our local legal community needs to do as an exercise of pro bono service. And even just this week, I had a conversation with representatives from Faith in the Valley and residents from the Brookdale Apartments about this issue. So all these things need to move faster, but I wouldn't say they're not happening. And then for all the other very good ideas I heard from the community tonight and elsewhere, I've requested a discussion in maybe 3-4 meetings from now about a 2-year budget planning cycle as an overlay to a 1-year budget adoption cycle. We'll see where that goes, but I think looking out 2 years is a better way to maybe roll in some of these things that aren't part of the current budget. And so I'd invite those ideas to come back at that time.
So we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Councilmember Jean.
I was originally going to mention that we should include some of the items brought forth by community residents today. Sounds loud to me. And some of these items they brought up repeatedly in the past, especially during our town halls. And so I would agree that, or I would suggest that we do include these items, $120,000 for, sorry, it sounds like there's a feedback to me. $120,000 for the water and sewer extension feasibility study. I would support putting money into the slumlord. I'm not sure if it even matters in this case with regards to the rental registry of if I can ask that we put money in that. And I think in addition to all this, I oppose the McKee Road rehab. I think, again, I mentioned this before. I oppose funding additional public safety positions. It'll be brought up down the road, but I oppose revising the eligible uses of the Affordable Housing Fund. I see that we have $900,000 overfunded. I suggest that we put that money towards development services, or in this case, housing division, to account for that $200,000 that they're short for their services. I mentioned it before, but I think it's important to reiterate that we need to reimagine public safety and start allocating funds in areas that address root causes of crimes. And again, I'm talking about affordable housing, food security, financial stability, and open shared green spaces with community. Oftentimes, again, a lot of this is reiteration because it's important to understand that we keep doing the same things over and over, right? We talk about development services and parks and community services as though they fail to balance their budget year after year, and that they need general fund transfers, again, as though they're a thorn to the general fund. And it's because we tend to put all of our money into police and fire, and they take approximately, 64% of the total general fund dollars, and that's like $46.7 million. From last year to this year, police and fire have an increase of $15.7 million across all funds. If we look at just general fund, that's roughly $13 million. And if we look at parks and community service, their budget is $3 million for the year. And so it's kind of absurd that the increases in public safety is 3 times that, no, actually more than that, but of parks and community services, with parks and community services having an increase of $34,000 from last year to this upcoming year. And again, on the slide for Parks and Community Services, we asked them to cut so much where their budget is already so little. And then again, disagree with revising eligible uses of the Affordable Housing Fund. That's because they should be getting money from the general fund. We shouldn't be asking them to figure out how they're gonna get paid. They're valuable, and we should understand that their non-billable hours should be coming out of general dollars. And there's just 3 of them in the housing division. And so that's for a city of 98,000 or so. So we need to really evaluate how we're allocating money and ensure that the city is growing equitably, right? And that starts with how we allocate money across departments. If we tend to put all of our money into 1 or 2 departments and ask other departments to cut whatever they can, I think that's the wrong way to approach this. And then additionally, it's ironic that our police department has community community service officers, when we have a Parks and Community Service Department, they should be handling community services. And I know I speak with the chief multiple times. I support community service officers over sworn officers, but this is where we're putting too much on our police to do. And we need to reevaluate public safety, put it across other departments, and really address how we keep our communities safe. So again, there's multiple things I mentioned here, and that's why I'm not in support of how this budget is currently proposed.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jean. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify one thing that we talked about 2 weeks ago, and that was the use of Measure C roads money. I know we can allocate that later on after the budget's adopted, but did we get a reading on whether or not we could use that money for road safety as in additional red light cameras? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Staff has had one discussion on that, and didn't look good.
Okay, so that's pending.
You're saying there's a chance.
We discussed earlier that Measure C money was used for some of the LED lights that are being replaced, correct?
Yes, street lights.
Streetlights, I'm assuming that's coming out of roads, not the police or fire, isn't it?
It's coming out of the old Measure C.
Okay. And that had categories also?
Old Measure C was a general tax.
Yes, so the old
It was a
Measure C was a
general
general tax.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. My motion stands.
Anybody else? Further discussion on the motion? All right, call for the question. Jennifer.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2025-42, resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, revising the general plan reserve policy, the adoption of Resolution 2025-43, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, revising the Affordable Housing Fund policy, and the adoption of Resolution 2025-44, resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adopting the budget and approving or appropriating revenue for fiscal year 25-26. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Takes us to Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the RDA sections of the.
Are there any presentations on that?
No.
And I move to adopt items A and B under the Public Financing and Economic Development Authority.
Okay. Craig, do you want each one of these three separate, or is it okay if he does all three of these together? Okay. Okay.
All together? I'll amend that to also include under the Parking Authority, items A and B, and under the successor agency to the redevelopment agency to the City of Merced, items A and B.
All right. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember DuPont.
Jennifer, just one second. Before we begin, any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, call for the question.
Okay, so the motion will include the adoption of resolution PFA 2025-01, a resolution of the City Council or the City of Council of the City of Merced, California, or the City of Merced Public Financing and Economic Development Authority adopting the budget and appropriating revenue for fiscal year 25-26, and the adoption of resolution PA 2025-01, the resolution of the City of Merced Parking Authority adopting the budget and appropriating revenue for fiscal year 25-26, and the adoption of resolution SA 2025-02, a resolution of the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of Merced adopting the budget and appropriating revenue for fiscal year 25-26. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. On to our action items.
Okay, agenda item K, action items. K1, accepting and appropriating grant funding in the amount of $3,000 from Merced County First 5 Community Engagement Event Sponsorship Program for Movies in the Park.
Mr. Jensen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. We're here asking for your authority to accept and appropriate mini grant from First Five Merced County. We typically apply annually for several mini grants which help us increase our revenue and reduce our overall expense to the general fund so we can continue to provide community services and free events to our community. In this case, we're hoping to extend that to our Movie in the Park series that will be airing for the rest of the summer and fall.
All right, questions for Mr. Jensen? Anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Discussion or a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, K2, Jim.
Okay, agenda item K2, approval of a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $4,606 from the unreserved unencumbered balance of Fund 8503 Asset Forfeiture, transferring to the general fund and appropriating the same to the police department's existing contract agreement with Forensic Technology, Inc. for the total revised contract amount not to exceed $149,290.32.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joey Perez, Captain Merced PD. This action, we're asking for a supplemental appropriation of $4,606 from the Asset Forfeiture Fund. This is to cover a shortfall in an already council-approved 3-year agreement with Forensic Technology. The original quote did not have a sales tax applied to the year 1 of the agreement, which covers the equipment and the subscription cost. Year 2 and 3 of the agreement is just a subscription cost, so there's no need for the taxes. So by approving this, it'll make the payout for this contract will be paid in full.
Okay. Questions for Captain Perez? Any? Councilmember Jean.
So if I'm not mistaken, this has happened several times in the past. It might not be specifically with the police department, but there has been incidences in the past where sales tax were not accounted for. Is there something where we're going to go forward and account for these things? Or, I mean, it's come up multiple times, so how are we proactively going to address something like this?
Correct. We should have clarified more with the vendor. Usually they'll send over the quote, and if it doesn't have the sales tax, we should have asked. We thought that it was just the subscription services, so we wouldn't have to pay the taxes on it. But moving forward, it's definitely something that we need to act to make sure that we have full accountability for the money.
And Councilmember Zhang, I'll take credit for this error. We'd asked for the shipping costs, as you may remember when we originally, because we had to ship the item out here, we assumed that shipping included the tax, and we just did not clarify. So that does not rest on Captain Perez. That was my responsibility to make sure that tax was included in the shipping cost. We settled with the vendor. We only have to pay the tax in year 1. In years 2 and 3, there is no tax. So that's where that shortfall comes in, and the upfront cost. It was not included in the shipping.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Perez. Additional questions? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Yes. Yeah.
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item L, business. L1, request to add item to future agenda.
Okay, so everybody left. Councilmember Smith. Future agenda.
Not for me today, thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes, I'd like to add in a item for a possible ordinance for abandoned property blight, where we can do something where property that's abandoned and is extending out into the city's area can be mitigated and then a lien placed or charges sent to the owner after they've been properly noticed. Specifically, places like the gas station at 21st and G and on Cameron Lane. That's been a constant problem. So I'd like to have a discussion about that and a possible ordinance. And I would ask that my colleagues expedite that also, put that on.
Do we, turning to our city attorney, there is a vacant building ordinance that we discussed back, I think, December, probably November, December. What's the status of, Chief, I know we had talked about coming back. What's the status? And
the revisions are prepared. I wanted to have a few more internal discussions. I was hoping for that one and the anti-slumlord for the second meeting in July. Now that we're over the budget hurdle. And I'm not 100% sure there's a chance I can add some language on this abandoned property issue. But I can bring that back to the group as well. So if I could lean on your patience to the second meeting in July, we can address these issues.
Okay, July 21. And is that okay, Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Would, Councilmember Harris, would you be willing or interested in working with the city attorney and/or is there a subcommittee that you guys were working with or? Okay.
Well, I would still like to hold that community focus group on the two ordinances you discussed, the vacant building and the anti-slumlord, since it got brought up.
Okay. Are you guys both on the public safety subcommittee?
Yeah, we were public safety was gonna talk about at least the anti-slumlord.
Okay. What
So
if?
I can bring it to the subgroup first.
Yeah. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Kind of checks, I guess. Work with the, I don't know if we need a motion because there's already something that's been being worked on, but direction to work with the public safety subcommittee on these topics and then come back hopefully July 21st. Okay?
I think we're still.
Does that work?
I think
So
we're,
you're still thinking.
Okay.
that works for me. If we can do a public safety committee meeting sometime.
Before that. Okay. That work?
Second week in July-ish.
Yeah. Okay.
So for the point of order, pending that conversation, I'll just second Mr. Harris's request.
Okay. All right. And then with, I think it's good enough. Do we need anything else? Do we need direction or you guys are good? Okay. Councilmember Jean.
I would like to bring up an item brought up during town hall now that our budget meetings are over. And given the events of this past weekend, and that's with a proposal or a resolution for a welcoming city.
Okay. All right, is there which meeting would you want that to be on?
I don't need it expedited, so we could do second meeting in July.
Okay. July 21st. All right, is there a second to that?
Actually, I'm gonna push it back because there's on July 21st. So let's do first meeting in August.
Okay, August 4th. Is there a second to adding a discussion of welcoming city to the August 4th agenda?
What is it?
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of. A different language. Okay.
Does that require action?
Yeah, no, it will require a second, so I think it fails for,
If he's asking for just discussion, then it doesn't require action. And a single vote will be okay. It only requires 2 votes if it's going to be an action.
yeah, I think he.
Yeah, so the action would be for the city to write up a resolution.
Yes. Yeah, an ordinance or a resolution for a welcoming city. Okay. Is there a second? Hearing none. Last chance. Okay, hearing none fails for lack of a second. All right, anything else, Councilmember Jean?
No, that'd be all.
All right, Councilmember Dupont.
Nothing tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening.
Okay. I had two. One is something we've been discussing quite a bit. One's the food vendor ordinance. A lot of discussion around the community on that. I know that's on our, or it's been part of our, or talked about on goals and priorities as well. Just checking on what the status of that is and possibly if we could bring that back either last meeting in July or first meeting in August. Would there be a preference, Craig, either second in July, first in July? And I'm happy to, if there's a second, I'm happy to bring some examples from other cities too and help work on it before then.
If it can be first in August.
Okay. So the proposal would be to work on, bring the food vendor ordinance on August the 4th. All right. I'd make that motion if there is a second.
I'll second it.
All right. So August the 4th, and then we'll work with, and I'll reach out in the meantime. And then if anybody else is interested in working on that, please let me know, and we'll work with the city attorney in the meantime. All right.
Matt, can I just make it, before you move on to your second thing? Whoever looks into this food vendor ordinance, I would appreciate coming to council with a couple of things. One, what's the zone in which we can operate given state law? And then two, with Dr. Sandoval sitting right there, sort of what's the county's responsibility for regulating food vendors so we can know going into it kind of what we're looking at in terms of what's on the table?
I think you just nominated yourself to work on it if you.
Happy to be, yeah, sure.
All right. What if it's the.
Darn it.
What if myself and then you, would anybody else interested, or Councilmember Harris, you seconded it as well? Okay.
The three of us, all right.
Let's do the work. All right, to work on that. The second one, and not saying we do it, not saying we what specifically we do, but there's been a lot of talk about ballot measures for 26, potential tax measures. I know the city manager has ideas. If we're going to move, we're going to have to do some polling beforehand. So just trying to agendize that for discussion. And Scott, just turning to what would be a good potential date for that.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things you could do. You could create an ad hoc subcommittee to work on it. We could start engaging to kind of get some idea about the expectations and timing and cost to bring back. I don't really have anything to put on the agenda now unless we kind of engage with the consultant and bring the information forward. I think that'd be my recommendation, but if we're gonna do it, we should do it fairly soon. I think no later than probably the first meeting of August, but if we could form a subcommittee and we can start having some discussion, perhaps we could do it at the last meeting of July.
Okay. All right, so your recommendation would be to come back either July 21st or August 4th, subcommittee, have discussion, and then bring it back to council either for discussion, potential options, and it could be nothing. Okay. Is there I'll make that motion. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
All right. Yes, sir. Question for our city attorney.
On the food vendor, I'm to send drafts to you three.
Okay. All right. And then on the potential ballot measures for 26, is any additional direction needed to designate a subcommittee or? Okay. Anybody interested in working on that?
I'll join.
Okay. Anybody else?
I would be.
All right.
Question.
Yes.
So for this subcommittee, correct me if I'm mistaken, I thought for adding items onto an agenda, right, the subcommittee wouldn't be operating with staff time, right? Because staff time would need to be provided as direction when the item comes to council.
Correct, unless it's already within goals and priorities.
Okay.
So that's why, for example, anything within goals and priorities, staff is already within staff's purview. So if it's something different, then yes, but if it's already within goals and priorities, then, like the vendor ordinance or we've already been working on the vacant business one as well. Rental registry in the past that had already been discussed, so that staff time was used on that before. So things like that.
Okay.
So it's more just setting it and expediting it. All right.
Sorry, I was getting confused. We're talking about the measure and then it goes to vacant buildings. So I would be willing to go on the ad hoc committee.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I just want to suggest and let's bring it back. Scott, did you want July 21st or August 4th? Okay, come back July 21st. And looking forward to the work of the subcommittee. I think 1.2 is to leave it open, and then the polling in a lot of ways, needs to inform us and needs to potentially dictate what we do. So that's one thought. Good.
I think the goal for the 21st would be give you a reasonable expectation on what the steps would be, the timing, perhaps costs, so that you guys have that to consider. Obviously, you're correct. I mean, you have to do polling to know what the community might support or not support, so we can really engage in that discussion. But at least you can talk about the process itself and how it could play out.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's it for L1, Jennifer, to L2, council comments.
Okay, agenda item L2, city council comments.
All right. On my right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening.
Councilmember DuPont.
Yeah, just one thing. I had the pleasure of joining Mayor Oscar on Friday, a wonderful mayor, much better than the mayor we have now. But he was able to join us downtown, produce some information, and give some information to the public. So thank you, Mayor Oscar, for joining us at City Hall.
I'm going to add on that we actually motioned in second to have him as our mayor. So I'm kind of disappointed he didn't show up tonight.
We had a curfew.
Yeah, he couldn't. Thought he was going to go past midnight again. All right. Councilmember Jean. Councilmember Harris.
I attended the Valley Build Pre-Apprentice Program graduation, which is really a great project. I was also with Mayor Oscar when he just totally upstaged you. And I went to the MPD swearing in and promotion ceremony, which was the Dan and Joey show. Well done. And we went to the Pride flag ceremony at the Courthouse Museum. And today's Coffee with a Cop with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I noticed it was coffee with a cop, but the cops didn't buy.
All right. Councilmember Smith.
So ancient history, I want to just make a couple of comments about our One Voice trip. I know it was a month ago, but then I was in San Diego on business, and then last time we went into the next day. As you guys all know, Mayor Serrato and I, with PIO and Jennifer Flackman, flew back to DC and advocated for Valley issues and Merced County issues in our city, a number of different venues. I'm pleased to report that all of our meetings were on time and very cordial. I think it's what we've heard. It's definitely going to be some tough sledding and some things that we're going to have to navigate. But the real star of our time in DC was our airport director, Rhett Williams, who I have to tell you, Matt and I sort of started a conversation with some FAA administrators. We talked for like 15 seconds.
I think, probably about, maybe 13.
Yeah, so the rest of the time was the three of them talking in these airport tongues. But what I could feel was some genuine interest and enthusiasm for our airport from FAA. This included an associate director of airports for the FAA region that includes Merced. So I think shout out to the MCAG staff for doing a great job. I think that one voice is worth continuing, although I'm going to pass the conch next time. But I do think it's worth a discussion among the 7 of us about how to actually get the most out of it for Merced. I think that the electeds are good to have, but really we need our staff there to shine. We had a conversation with the Cops Institute at DOJ, for example, and it would have been great to have one of these gentlemen there to really have a discussion with these people who used to be in law enforcement and are making grant decisions that have a base of knowledge. I did my best, but I couldn't get all the way there. So look forward to having that discussion at the right time. But again, thanks to all the staff who made it happen.
All right. Thank you. All right, nothing from me, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item M, adjournment.
Motion adjourned.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.